quit is the biggest thing that holds us back. So I would like today to show you a very new, innovative way to change this fear for yourself and for other people, for your children, for friends, and people that you know that are struggling, especially with that kind of insecurity all the time. So, real quick, I do want you to understand that this fear is really what causes most bad behavior. When we behave in a way that's selfish, that's obnoxious, if we're a show-off or a know-it-all, if we're overly controlling or bossy, all of these kinds of bad behavior really are founded in your fear that you're not enough. And when that becomes painful, you usually behave in a way that's not loving, because you can't do love and fear at the same time. They're like dark and light, and you can't have both a dark room and a light room at the same time, right? You can't have fear and love show up at the same time. So the more afraid we are, the more we struggle in relationships and to get along with people, because our loving self doesn't show up. So one other thing fear does to us is it makes us feel very different from other people. And the more afraid I am that I'm not good enough, the more different I feel. And if I'm different than other people, I have to be either better than them or worse than them. And we do have this subconscious tendency, and it's just human nature, we all do it. Every time we meet a new person, we kind of either feel intimidated, like we might be less than them, or we sort of look down on them and we feel like we're better. And it happens very subconsciously. So it's not really that we choose this or we want to feel this way. It just sort of shows up in our head. Does that make sense? So this fear of failure is causing all kinds of problems in our behavior at home and work and in our relationships. So do you want to get rid of it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to teach you how. So the first thing I want you to understand is that these are ideas and perspectives. This feeling that I'm not enough, it's not a truth. It's not a fact. It's just a belief. It's an idea. And because it's a perspective, we can change it. We can adopt a different idea about our value. So I first want you to understand the core belief that's creating your fear that you're not good enough. Because there's a core belief that you have that you're not even aware of that's the real problem. So this is the belief, that's the problem. We all have accepted as truth the idea that human value is changeable. That your value as a person can change. Now what this means is that if you are very successful and you work hard and you make lots of money, your value goes up. And you may even become better than others. But the opposite is true. If you gain weight, if you lose your job, if you end up struggling in a career, your value goes down. And you're literally less than other people. And we've all accepted that this idea of human value, earning more or losing it, is fact. But it's really not. It's just perspective. It's just idea. Okay? Now what this leads to is what I believe causes most of the conflict on our planet. This idea that certain groups of people are better than other groups of people. And no matter what category we divide ourselves in, whether it's race or religion or sex or which football team you like better, you always think these other people who are different than you are less, right? And we all do it. We see people as better or worse. And this is the problem on the planet that creates racism and all kinds of unfairness and conflict. And it's because of this belief that you believe people can be better or worse that creates your fear that you're always not enough. And what it does is no matter how hard you work, no matter how beautiful you try to be, you will always find people that have things you don't. So as long as you believe human value can change, you will always be afraid that you're not enough. So the belief that we want to teach you to change is the idea that human value is actually infinite and absolute and can't change. That all human beings have the same exact value, and that value is unchangeable. If you accept this as a truth in your your life and you decide to see all people this way, now the trick to this is you can't just see your own value as infinite. You have to give it to everybody in your life. So everywhere you go, if you see people who are richer or more successful than you have to say, oh, that's so wonderful that they've done those things, but they still have the same value as me. And when you pass this homeless person who doesn't have a job, that normally you might judge, you remind yourself, that doesn't matter, he still has the same intrinsic value as me, because all human beings do. And the more you give this to people and you teach this to your children, the more you will accept it as a truth inside of you. And if you really believe that all human beings have the same value, you can't be not enough. You always have the same value as others. And that creates a totally different mindset about your life. Now, most people, when I ask them what the purpose and point of being on the planet is, they tell me that we're here to learn and grow. We're here to develop ourselves and try to become better. So to me, life is like a school. And every day is another lesson. We get all kinds of interesting lessons. And sometimes we make mistakes. And that is the lesson, is in making this mistake. The question is, do our mistakes count against our value, or are they just a lesson to teach us something? Now, one of the most profound mindset shifts that I help my clients, my corporate clients and personal clients to make, is to choose to see your life as a classroom, not a test. Now, understand the difference. If life is a test, then every mistake you make counts against your value. It counts against your grade, and you can't fix it. Because you made that mistake, it's a permanent mark against you. In a classroom, where there is no test, it's just learning time. And we get problems to solve, but if we get them wrong, we can just erase it and try again. And it doesn't affect our value as a person. And that's the perspective we would encourage everyone to adopt. That all of life, every single day is a new lesson, but none of these lessons affect my value. So I had a client recently, an executive, that made a very big mistake at work. And he was very humiliated. He said, I just want to move to a new country and never come back, so I don't have to face anyone about my mistake. But I reminded him that this was just a lesson, and it didn't affect his value. And he had to walk around the whole day saying, it doesn't affect my value. I'm still as good as everybody else. But the more that you tell yourself this, and you make it a principle of truth in your world, that human value doesn't change, it will start to sink in. It will become your truth. And as it does, you will just find that that fear goes away. And when you have to get up and speak in a room full of people, you're not nervous because you know however it goes, it's your perfect lesson, and your value is not attached to it, right? You have the same value no matter what happens. And this was, to me, the most powerful message I wanted to deliver at the conference today, because I believe that we really could change the world if one by one we would all accept this idea as our truth. If we would start to treat every human being that we pass as having the same value as us, it could change virtually everything. Now, another visual to help you think about this idea, I want you to just, am I up closer? Okay. I want you to imagine that I have a very big diamond, and it's huge. It's the biggest diamond on the planet, and it's the only one on the planet this size and this color. How valuable would that diamond be? Priceless. So what would give it priceless value? Why would it be priceless?
It's unique.
Yes, and everything on the planet that's a one of a kind is very unique. The other thing that would give it value is its nature, what it's made of. It's made of this amazing diamond material that is so valued on this planet, right? And I believe that each one of us is just like that diamond. We are one of a kind, irreplaceable human soul, and I believe we're created by God, and that human soul material is the most valuable thing on the planet. So each of us is a one of a kind, irreplaceable diamond. And do you know where the word diamond comes from? It comes from a Greek word that actually means unchangeable or unbreakable. And that's really what we are. We are this amazing, irreplaceable, infinitely valuable material that if we just see ourselves that way, if we see every other human being that way, keep that idea in our mind, it really will change the way we feel, the way we see the world. And that's most what I wanted to leave you with today. Am I okay, or do we need to give the panelists? Okay, we'll give the panelists a few minutes, then we'll answer some questions. Would you like to start?
Discussion will be afterwards. Yeah.
You finish your
They just
talk.
have to give that speech also, right?
Oh, they're going to do their own speech?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar with how this works.
We will have a discussion.
Okay.
You finish your talk.
Okay. Let's do this. I get to have a few more minutes. I was so worried I wouldn't have enough. Let's go back for a minute. Actually, let's talk about the shame and blame game for a minute. I want to teach you about this. This is another principle of human behavior that I think it benefits me so much in my life to understand this. All of us, when we have fear that we're not good enough, I was mad at him. He was in trouble. But this is what we all do when we experience shame. We subconsciously look for someone else to blame for it. And I want you to understand this principle because there will be a lot of times in your life when you're the one that's criticized. As a matter of fact, I write a weekly syndicated advice column. And I realized late last night that my column had been published in the United States the day before because my days are so mixed up here. And so I got online to look at my column, and someone had left a very negative comment that they did not like my article at all. They thought I was wrong, and it was kind of mean. It was a mean comment. But I immediately recognized two things. One, that didn't affect my value, right? No matter what anybody says about us or does, it doesn't change your value. You still have the same value as everyone else. And at the end of the day, this person very likely is experiencing a lot of fear that they're not good enough. And that's the reason they want to pull down other people and criticize, because it makes them feel better. So just understanding these principles of human behavior better help us to not be offended and hurt at the same level by other people and their behavior. Does that make sense? Does anyone have any questions about these ideas that I've shared with you? You have one.
So, we are having a discussion afterwards.
Oh, he
You're
has
completing the
a,
lecture.
I can't take the question. Hold on to it, and we'll answer it. Okay. Then turn it over to you. Well, I think I'm done with my time.
Okay, yeah, sure. Sir, your lecture. No, she's completed.
It's completed.
Yes.
Because I only get like 20
Yeah,
minutes.
no
right?
problem, yeah.
You just want me to keep talking? I could keep talking. If we want to.
He will translate.
Bonjour, je vais parler en français.
Hello everybody, I'm going to be speaking in French.
Est-ce qu'il y a des gens qui comprennent le français? Non,
Does
oui.
Does anybody understand French? No, personne.
Donc, monsieur va traduire. Alors, moi j'ai créé en France, il y a 25 ans, une association qui s'appelle les Invités au Festin.
I created in France, it's been 25 years, an association which is called Les Invités du Festin. In English it's the guests for the feast.
Qui accueille des personnes en souffrance psychique grave en général, des psychotiques, des schizophrènes, des gens qui ne peuvent pas vivre tout seuls.
We get people who have problems, psychiatric problems, problèmes psychiques.
Yes. Problème psychique. And je suis psychiatre.
And I am a psychiatrist.
Ouais. Et c'est en découvrant la situation des malades mentaux dans les hôpitaux psychiatriques que j'ai été vraiment choquée de la manière dont ils étaient traités, isolés, derrière des murs, tout seuls. et ça ne faisait qu'aggraver leur maladie et leur situation.
And I discovered those people why having problems with their psychiatrist problem, how they were treated in hospitals and everything by the other people. I got the message and took ahead this problem to develop new techniques.
Et je voulais être psychiatre, mais je ne voulais pas être psychiatre dans un asile, dans un lieu qui détruisait plus qu'il ne guérissait.
I wanted to be a psychiatrist, but I wanted to be a psychiatrist that gives solutions, not that take people with the problem that they have and get more and more difficult.
Parce que j'ai voulu faire la psychiatrie parce que je croyais vraiment que l'amour, l'empathie, la compassion pouvaient guérir les gens.
I did this because I always thought that love can heal these problems and get people beyond their problems.
Et j'ai découvert à cette époque les lieux de vie qui existaient en France, un courant qui existait alternatif, et je me suis dit c'est ça que je voudrais faire.
And I discovered in France those spots that we call the lieux de vie that take these people, and I decided that that's what I wanted to do for the rest of my time.
Ce sont de petits lieux où les gens vivent en communauté et où on développe leurs capacités relationnelles, existentielles, leurs compétences.
These are small community places where we can go with people, develop their competence.
Et je ne savais pas trop comment faire, et c'est grâce à mon mari qui vient de l'entreprise, qui travaille dans une entreprise, que j'ai pu créer le lieu de vie à Besançon.
I really didn't know how to start this and how to make it, but I was thankful to my husband, who was an entrepreneur, that helped me go on this problem and develop new techniques.
Parce que ce sont des lieux qui sont très innovants, qui sont alternatifs, mais qui n'ont pas de financement en France.
These places are new places in France that don't have finance, but that are on a small community and get more resolution to these people in need.
Donc nous avons racheté un ancien couvent et nous avons habité avec les gens pendant 10 ans, avec des gens qui étaient à l'hôpital psychiatrique pendant 10 ans.
So we bought this place and we lived in the place with these people for 10 years long.
And, nous voulons vivre avec eux, être en fraternité avec eux, parce que nous pensons que ce sont des personnes comme nous, et que ce n'est pas parce qu'elles ont des problèmes psychiques, qu'elles sont folles, qu'il faut les exclure de la société.
So we wanted to live with these people because we knew they have values like us, and it's not because of their problems that they were to be put aside and live by themselves.
Notre but, c'est qu'elles reprennent leur place dans la société, toute leur place, rien que leur place, et qu'elles revivent dans la communauté des citoyens.
Our goal in life is that these people find their values and find their insurance and can live once again with all people in community.
Voilà, donc c'est ce qu'on appelle la psychiatrie citoyenne, et c'est un courant nouveau en France. Il y a un autre psychiatre dans le nord de la France qui fait ça, mais différemment.
It's what we call psychiatrist environment, and we have another person in France who does the same thing in another region than the one that we're doing now, actually.
Donc le but, c'est vraiment la déstigmatisation des personnes, parce que la société est très discriminante en France. La France est le pays le plus discriminant au monde, avec les États-Unis et le Brésil.
France is one of the countries that are most discriminated, so we want to break this discrimination and help people move on.
Pour la schizophrénie.
For
Schizophrénie. Et l'Inde et l'Espagne sont les pays les moins stigmatisants au monde.
India and Spain are the countries that are less stigmatizing than the other countries all over the world.
Alors, nos principes, notre philosophie, c'est de considérer les personnes comme normales, comme nous. Ce sont des frères et des sœurs comme nous. Ils ont certes des difficultés, mais qui n'a pas de difficultés? Levez la doigt si vous n'avez pas de difficultés.
Our principle is to think that these people are just like us having same problems as us, and go beyond this. Who among us doesn't have problems in life? We all have problems, so we all have to go beyond these problems and keep on moving.
Si vous levez le doigt pour dire je n'ai pas de difficulté, c'est que certainement vous en avez.
If you raise hand to say that I have no difficulty, it will certainly mean that you have more difficulties than others.
Et que vous ne vous en rendez pas compte, donc vous avez beaucoup de difficultés.
And you don't even know it.
Alors, nos valeurs, ce sont des valeurs citoyennes, la fraternité, ne pas considérer l'autre avec une frontière entre moi et l'autre, entre l'inclus et l'exclu, le soignant, le soigné, c'est la fraternité, c'est vivre avec, c'est la convivialité.
Our values are fraternity, and know that we have the same values as others, and share all our, not values, but all our thinking, and go beyond all this.
La deuxième valeur, c'est la liberté. La liberté d'entrer, de sortir de la maison, de choisir la vie qu'on veut mener, de faire ce travail sur soi pour pouvoir prendre une place dans la société et non d'être enfermé, d'être exclu derrière les murs.
The second value is freedom, to know that we can go out, get in, and do all what we want to do in life without having any difficulty or any stopping things that will annoy us in life and let us not do what we do and what we want to do in life.
La troisième valeur citoyenne, c'est l'égalité. Tout le monde est au même niveau, c'est la justice. Il n'y a pas de gens qui sont assistés, non, c'est pas l'assistanat, c'est la responsabilité. Être capable de faire des choses et de développer ses compétences, c'est la responsabilité.
The third value is to know that we're all equal and that we all have the same things and that we all can develop and move on with what we think in life.
Et la quatrième valeur, c'est la solidarité. C'est le fait d'être dans l'économie sociale, solidaire, et non l'économie du tout marchand.
The fourth value is solidarity, to know that we can all move on and help others and not think that we can do it by ourselves and let others decide.
Et c'est une approche globale de la personne avec un travail sur le lien social, les trois liens sociaux, le lien de soi à soi, de soi à soi, de soi à l'autre et de soi aux autres.
It's a global approach where we can have a link between me and the other one, between me and all the people all around.
C'est le travail sur d'abord sur les quatre dimensions, la dimension physique, psychologique, sociale, spirituelle.
It's to work on the four dimensions that we have, the psychic,
Relationnel, l'autre,
relationship,
social,
social,
et le sens, la
and
spiritualité.
to have a sense, to have the spirituality in life.
La définition de la santé mentale par l'OMS, c'est un équilibre de toutes ces dimensions. Si on a un équilibre de toutes ces dimensions, physique, psychologique, sociale et spirituelle, on a une bonne santé mentale.
If we can have an equilibrium between all these values, we can know and think that we have a value in life and move on with our lives.
On essaye de répondre aux besoins de l'être humain, à n'importe quel être humain, le besoin d'être reconnu, le besoin d'être aimé, le besoin d'aimer, le besoin d'être utile aux autres et le besoin d'appartenir à un groupe.
We want to respond to the necessities of all people, the need to be recognized, loved,
Et être aimé,
and to be loved,
utile
to be utile,
et appartenir à un groupe.
and to be part of a group.
Chaque personne a besoin de ça. Ce sont les besoins fondamentaux de la personne.
Each and every person needs all these things to be with himself.
Les résultats, c'est que les gens vont beaucoup mieux. Ils prennent moins de médicaments et ils peuvent repartir, choisir la vie qu'ils veulent.
The result is that people feel better than they were before. Ils se sentent meilleurs.
Oui, ils vont mieux.
And c'est ça.
Well-being. Oui. Et ils peuvent partir.
And can move on with their life and go to other things more important in their life than to stick to these problems.
Pour rester, si
they can even stay longer if they need, or if they feel that they want to be longer in these places.
Le temps qu'ils ont besoin pour aller mieux.
All the time that they need to feel better.
Alors, cette expérience a montré qu'elle était efficace, qu'elle marchait bien.
This experience showed that it was efficient and that it works very well.
Alors, j'ai écrit des livres pour en parler.
I wrote books to speak about these situations.
Et pour expliquer cette expérience, les résultats, et un livre pour montrer ce que nous aimerions faire en psychiatrie, proposer un nouveau modèle.
And I wrote also things to propose new model to this approach of life.
Et nous avons eu plusieurs reconnaissances au niveau national et international.
And we had many recognitions on the national level and international level.
Et nous développons maintenant un réseau de structures, les mêmes structures un peu partout, en France, en Afrique, en Belgique.
We have now a networking on this social cause in France, in Africa, and in Belgium. In Belgium.
And, thank you.
We can discuss. Any questions?
You just give us a tip.
Because I have to open this.
I have a question for her. With these, with the clients in this facility, do they have like schizophrenia and are they Down syndrome? What kind of mental health issues?
Schizophrenia also?
Or Down syndrome or autism?
All the suffering, but it's mainly schizophrenia.
Okay, and do you use medication or do those four principles maintain or alleviate the schizophrenia?
Est-ce que vous utilisez des médicaments ou ces principes, ces valeurs permettent de maintenir les
Les médicaments sont donnés par les autres psychiatres, notre psychiatre. Dans la maison, moi je ne suis pas le psychiatre, mais je m'occupe que
medicines are given by the other psychiatrist, but in this facility, she's not giving any medicine. She's taking these people ahead and trying to like go in parallel to the psychiatrist that gives medicines.
So they're doing both.
Donc c'est fait en parallèle entre vous et les. Yes, yes.
Wow.
beaucoup de partenariats avec tous.
It's a partnership between all the two parts to make people go beyond all these problems.
Okay.
Now you have heard two lectures on this psychology, but I am a scientist. How the man brain works and how many the genes that is present and it helps full in the changing the human behavior. So mainly the psychology of a person is mainly depends upon the genes which are present in your body are nothing but the chromosomes in a particular cell which influences on your behavior. Now the fearness or the courage, all the things which comes to you is inherited. So there are two types, the inheritable and acquired. Acquired means what you have get by learning process. So these are some of the things where it will act on the stresses. So naturally your behavior will be changes. And now such things, if you want to, as in the first lecture you heard how the fear that influences on the body, or the psychological how the man becomes weak and weak. So to change his attitude, to change the behavior, so where it influences on your body. And these are nothing but the chromosomes or the genes responsible for the human race. really speaking, this planet has been formed 7 billion years ago. So it took 3 billion years just to form a life on this earth. Once the life formed on this earth, it took another billion years in the evolution, how the human evolution took place, how came into existence on this earth. And now you have seen there are so many races globally. The human race, there are different cultures and all those things. It mainly depends upon the environmental effects, how it influences on the body. And accordingly he changes. But now so much of technology is evolved, so much of communication is evolved, so much advances in the science for day-to-day life. And now the man becoming more selfish and selfish. The most crooked animal on the earth is the man. You take any animals on this earth, it is not so selfish. They sacrifice their life for the betterment of the herd or the population. But in case of man, what we are finding, with so much of advanced, so much of things we tell, but still he is not come out from these hurdles. How psychologically he has become. This is the one where it influences, and how this influences, that is very important. And naturally, so what happens? Now the human structure of the brain, so where you will have the cortex and medulla, and there are 200 centers represented in the brain, and one center will do one. So all those things, the courage, fearless, it is acquired. If you are afraid, how to get a courage to you? How counseling has to take place? How we can change the vision or is the mission? By influencing on the human brain. Because the whole our behavior, it mainly depends upon what your brain works and how it works. How it influences on body, accordingly you will act. So that is how really this is the first time I am a Vice Chancellor from Karnataka, from Bangalore. See, I have seen now compared to the men and women, there is no differences. Earlier in the beginning of era, the dominance has come on the male. Now that dominance has gone now. So we are all equal and we're naturally on another side. But I will tell you, the woman is a mother. She is a mother. I will not see the slides, leave it apart. She is a mother where it manages everything wonderfully. The best manager ever I have seen in my life is the mother. You give 10,000 rupees to your mother, 5,000 rupees will keep it as FD, fixed deposit. But the same thing, give 10,000 to your father, he wants another 10,000. So like that, say, I will tell you, the behavior influences on the physiology. Physiological, the woman is very strong, not physical. Physiolocal, she is very strong. You give any kinds of stress to her, manages wonderfully. But the same stress cannot be managed by a man. In this family, she manages really the life completely, she sacrificed for the development of the family, or for the state, or for the nation. You see, one best example is the organizing this conference. How much she sacrificed, how much the money she spent. Really it is appreciable. I have not seen such type of organization, and in my life, that so much she is bringing globally and bringing all the women in one platform and giving the courage that you have to lead your life. You have to go like this. Many things comes in your life, no need to afraid. For your desire, you give full find, then you can lead your life wonderfully. So like that, so that is how in many times in my talk I used to tell that you cannot replace mother. Mother is always highest position. So I don't know why these fellow differentiate. Even in India, if you take, there are many castes are there. See, when you born, a baby comes from the mother womb, never thought I belongs to this, I belongs to this, I belongs to this. Never thought of all those things. Many times I tell there is no caste for the man. We have created for our own this thing. So these are the things when you want to have the courage, it is acquired, and definitely many of them have become, many women have become engineer, commissioners, so many, in all way of life, they are the one dominant. Now the things have come that they will dominate over the male individual because he had so many habits and he will do his life in that only. See, the behavior of the man, you just imagine the male individual, how it will be, but not in the female individual. It is determined that I should do something. When I born, I should do something in the society. I should give some guidance to the society, to the public, to the people. But the male individual think on own way of this. There is a lot of differences, but the structure of brain remains the same, both. The hormones that produces from the brain also influences on the body. So that is how a psychology, how the physiology, both they coincide. The psychology of an individual, it mainly depends upon the hormonal balances which you have. That is produced from the pituitary gland, we call it in the brain. And that produces, and the whole, the structure, the physiology mainly depends upon a small gland that is present in the brain. The whole, it controls everything. So that is how the influences. So the behavior of the man is influenced by such kinds of things. And that is how the physiologically very strong. You see, before 12 years, after 12 years, at the time of pregnancy, at the time of parturition, at the time of lactation, at the time of this, see the behavior of a woman, how it changes slowly. This behavior you will observe in the animals. Wonderfully, I will tell you. Wonderfully you observe how the mother sacrificed the life completely. So this is the one where really I appreciate and thanks the organizer for arranging such kinds of. There are so many sessions are there, wonderful sessions. Very scientific sessions and other sessions are there, how you coincide them. So this is the one. And both they have given, she has given a wonderful talk, how globally and all those things. Scientifically I have related these things, how the physiological things that happens in the body and how it influences the behavior of the man. That is the difference. One thing I will tell you, if you take an unmarried girl, see the behavior. The person who married, see the behavior. So this behavior of a woman or of a man is mainly depends upon the hormonal balance that is there. And you have gone complete cycle, then you become a realistic man. That is the one has to be think in that direction. With these few words, really I thank. Any questions if you have, you can ask. There is no this thing, you can ask madam or you can ask the madam. Or if you want to ask the questions, I will, basically I am a scientist.
Sir, one observation.
Yes, sir.
You see, the rate of change is not exponentially fast.
Yeah.
And it takes time for any system, whether it's a human system or any other social system, it takes time to adapt to the change. Now, when the rate of change goes exponential, which is what's happening right now.
Yeah.
In 1 century, we've gone from 1 or 2 billion to 8 billion or whatever.
Yeah.
It's getting a lot of, it is certainly, hello, yeah, it's certainly creating a lot of, the rate of change has gone up tremendously.
Yeah.
Now, is it normally when any other system, the rate of change goes up, either the system collapses or it learns how to adapt. Looking for the human system in the 21st century, I think we practically done everything possible to destroy the systems. Look at our, we have about, in 40 years, killed about 60% of the species.
Yeah.
And the impact of this on human beings, let's forget the rest of it. I mean, I'm not saying it.
Yeah.
Now, if you're going to have rate of change at this pace, how is all this psychology and system and all this theory going to fit in? Is there any attempt made to make it more rational? Do we go back to religion? Do we go back to the Gita? What do you do? I mean, I think we're looking at psychology. It's a very useful thing. But we're looking at it in a very isolated way. If you look at it from a total systems point of view, I think we're heading for trouble. Do you have any suggestions? I have no idea. I'm not saying I have any answer, but this is my question.
Yeah. What you have suggested, the change. Now, change in the systems, how we are now. Now, this change in the system is again mainly depends upon how you think in that direction. If you think in another, see, always my vision or the mission will be always on the positive side. So always I think in the positive manner, not in the negative side. If any person approaches that I want help, yes, you positively help him. If you don't want to help him, so he has to be changed. He has to learn. See, the behavior of the man is again acquired. So if he is unable, so maximum we are trying our level best by the communication we can change the behaviors, change the psychological things what individual is having. Maximum they are trying. Still then, now what you suggested, some elements remain. Now these genes even present in the gene. So we are not allowing to activate those genes. We always suppress in the body. Sometimes now these genes starts activating and changes the human behavior. So the selfishness we want to remove from the man. So but still it is existing. The selfishness is always there. So I always think the man in that direction.
So actually, I'd like to further add.
Yeah.
This is part of the session.
Yeah. Please.
My concern is
Yeah.
we are not able to control our population.
Yes.
We are not able to control the environment.
Yeah.
The global warming, whatever.
Yes.
And the human
The human body or the human being's ability to change is got a certain speed.
Yeah.
You can't just say because it's changing and say, no, are we not heading? Is there any scientific work being done? Are we not heading for a crisis? If we already not already in the crisis.
Yeah.
Isn't
Yeah.
there studies on quantum physics about the shift in consciousness that can, as you raise consciousness to a certain mass of consciousness, it can instantly change the mass consciousness. So in that, from a scientific perspective, there's a lot of organizations through psychology and through spirituality that is attempting to raise consciousness to help us see further beyond what we are and the impact we as humans are making on the planet. And if we all focus on that raised consciousness, when there becomes a critical mass of enough people at that consciousness, according to quantum physics, there will be an instant shift in global consciousness, which then will, I think, help. And that's the only thing we have, I think, based on your question, that will help us.
But till then, the suffering of this universe is very painful. That's okay. And also, I think the sanctification has just completely disappeared. People are more selfish. They just think about themselves. If we think positively, we are grown up, we can train our mind to be positive. But how about kids who depend on parents and for them to look after? How we can train those kids to be positive? But then parents have become very selfish in some cases, you know. So this suffering is something which is, I don't know how in it.
It's a habit that you have to inculcate in your child and in yourself also. You need to look at different techniques. You need to adapt to it. For us, it's yoga. Look at whatever works for you. Bring it up and then look at those vibrational levels that you're talking about. And go into science if you're talking about quantum physics, or go into spirituality. Whatever works, give it a name. You're not working towards the same.
Yeah. So the consciousness, the awareness, that is very important now. So if these two will be done, and naturally you can solve many problems.
My concern again is,
Yeah.
I think all this makes a lot of sense. My concern is
Yes.
that is this population growth, I'm just taking one
Yeah.
aspect of it, it is being curbed by another natural phenomenon of the system degrading. Let's say the lemmings, they kill themselves. the cut of the population. We as a human race, in the same group, we expanding, we are unmindful of the environment, of the sustainability and all this stuff. And then we are hoping something or the other will make sure that we can continue expanding at this rate. I am not very sure whether we can. And if we can, it's disastrous for the planet. Forget about you and me. I mean, we are one of the species. And if we as humans don't understand this and build it in our teaching, religion, if you like, in spirituality, whatever it is, then we are in kind of deep trouble. And I find if you go to the past, say, 2 or 3 million, I mean, there was a lot more understanding, less selfishness in the past than is now. I mean, now, even within the family, there's selfishness.
That is what I told you, no more selfish in the man.
Yes, and if this is it, then do you think this is a self-correcting process that the human race is in trouble?
Yeah.
I think
yeah.
the one thing we may all be forgetting is the system that you talk about is very much like a woman that is about to give birth. I mean, at some point we had the female, and then the universe injected, humans into the equation. As you say, we're expanding. We're 7-8 months time period. So in a short period of time, we will give birth to whatever the universe wanted to create. So yes, our system is not steady state. It is expanding, and it will give birth to something new.
Yeah, this is the one awareness we are in the population also. We are doing our level best, the awareness. And now, compared to other things, now the capacity also has been reduced. Even in the male production of the sperms and the ovum also it has been reduced. Then we can control the population. Beyond that, we are also giving good awareness to the human race that this is good. So if positively, if everyone thinks in that direction, definitely we can control it, no doubt about it. We are the highest in China. We used to tell highest populous country, but we are the highest now. 125 crores, we have already crossed that. And now this is the logical. And what are the effects of this high population? We are destroying environment, unplanned urbanization, cities, so many things deforest. That is there scientifically. I can give hours together long talks. But we naturally have destroyed this globally. The human race, the man has completely now destroyed the globally. So many problems we are facing. We don't know at the end where ozone depletion, there is a ozone hole, and where the rays comes to the earth. So we don't know where it will be end up, because these rays are very strong and it changes the normal cell into an abnormal cell, leads to cancer. So like that, we face a lot of problems if you won't protect your environment, your surroundings. So see, the water level has gone down. We didn't have to drink water. See, last year if you compare, rainfall is very, very big. Why? See how many mobiles are there. The rays which goes, very strong enough, and many animals have become vanishing from the environment. Many animals are not there because very strong rays goes, and this will affect the whole the system of a species, and many species are becoming extinct. So because of destruction, all those, see in that direction the scientists thinking lot of things are there. We are giving awareness, all those things. In such forum, if these things are discussed, definitely the human race will survive. Otherwise, it becomes threat to the human race. With these few words, really I thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity. Now the time is 9:15. Thank you very much.
Any questions? I have a question for Kimberly.
Yeah.
Could you give us an example of the values you say that everybody has?
That everybody has the same values, whatever values you have, the other person, if not like it. Oh God.
This is so interruptive. You have been so interruptive all the way, even to the speakers and to the audience.
There is not, mic is not working.
It's not so important, then you just.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think I understand what you're asking anyway. And it's not as much the values as the fears that we all have in common. So we talked about the fear of failure, that fear that you're not good enough. The other one that we all share is actually a fear of loss. And it's kind of funny. Loss, when we ask anyone what they're most afraid of, they usually say losing people, right? Losing my loved ones, losing money, losing opportunities. But there's lots of other ways that we feel taken from, where our journey isn't turning out the way we wanted it to be. And I've been sitting there thinking, okay, this whole session isn't turning out the way I had in mind. And I've been laughing because I'm having a loss experience. I came to India and I had this idea of what this would be, and it's not turning out that way, right? And things like that happen all the time when people don't behave or treat us the way we wanted. You know, we're constantly disappointed and frustrated, and that's loss. Does anyone else, does it bother you if someone butts in front of you in a line and they don't wait their turn? That bothers me. What did they just steal from you? Your time. Yeah. And we get upset because we feel robbed. So that's fear of loss. And between the two, feeling taken from or mistreated and feeling like I'm not good enough or I feel insulted, those two experiences make up almost all of our angst, all of our bad behavior and our upset moments come from one of those two fears. So where this is really powerful is if somebody is treating you badly, step back from it and ask yourself, what are they afraid of? Are they afraid of being insulted or mistreated? Do they feel taken from or does that make sense? If you understand what they're afraid of, you also understand what they need. For example, if my husband comes home from work and the house is kind of messy and he criticizes me, I immediately have fear of failure. I feel like I'm not good enough, right? And years ago, I would have gotten mad about how mean he was to me, and I would have, been offended. Now, I'm able to recognize that most of the time when he attacks me about something, it's because he had a bad day at work, and he's suffering from fear of failure, and maybe fear of loss. And he came home in this space where he's in fear, and love can't happen when we're in fear, remember? So he attacked, and it's really the shame and blame thing happening. So when he criticizes me, instead of being offended, I turn to him and say, are you okay? What happened today? Because really, this is about him and his fear. It's not about us. Almost all bad behavior is not about us. It's about fear of failure. Even the leaders of the groups trying to hurry everything along. Well, that's her job. They've told her she needs to do a good job and do it this way. And so she's probably afraid of failing. And I'm afraid, okay, my session didn't become about the topic that I wanted it to be. But what the answer to fear of loss, I taught you the answer to fear of failure is that we choose to see all human beings as having the same value, and our value never changes. And the more we do that, we get past fear of failure. So when they criticize us, we say, didn't affect my value. The answer to fear of loss is, are you going to trust the journey in life? Because I believe that God has created this universe for us to be our classroom, to help us learn. And everything that happens to you, you could choose to see it as your perfect lesson. And if you trust the universe that it only brings perfect lessons, that it's literally conspiring to educate you all the time. So I was sitting there today and I thought, okay, this didn't turn out the way I wanted it to, but what could I learn? What is this experience here to teach me? And if I focus on seeing the lesson in every moment, I don't have the loss because I see it as perfect. Does that make sense? Now, just so you know, because we have a lot of mothers, no one triggers your two core fears better than your children. Because if your children, yes, we have a child right here, when she misbehaves, it makes me afraid I'm failing as a parent. I'm also going to look bad, right? So all that fear I'm not good enough gets triggered. And I'm also afraid of losing my children. I'm afraid they'll make bad choices and I could lose them. So everything they do makes me in fear. And if I parent from fear, it's going to be all about me and not what my child needs, right? And so I've taught my children, if you misbehave and I yell and I'm upset, just recognize I'm just scared. And just say, Mommy, just so you know, my bad behavior is not a reflection on your parenting. You're a wonderful parent. It's all on me. And I'm learning from this, and I'm going to be smarter moving forward so you won't lose me. And if you reassure and validate and quiet a person's fear, they all of a sudden become a lot easier to deal with. Does that make sense?
I have actually a question.
Yes.
Maybe more related to children.
Yeah.
Because all you say is true. And it takes time to understand all these things.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
How can you help children manage and understand this, and especially, as you said in the beginning, children when they have fear, they make it show with their aggressiveness or something like yelling or whatever, that shows that they have something that is not going right, and they have fear of others. For us adults, we understand it's with time, but for them, is there a way that we can like help them go beyond this fear and have the right message to go over all these?
Okay. So we're tempted in moments when our children are having fear and they are upset to want to make that the teaching moment. But often they're upset, they need to vent and talk about how they feel. They don't need us to fix it right then. If you really want to help your children have confidence and be able to handle things in life and feel good, you have to make all the teaching moments, all the other moments in the day. And you have to keep teaching the principle that makes the fear not accurate. So all day, every day, I'm reminding my children that all human beings have the same intrinsic worth. And everywhere we go, we'll see people, and my daughter will say, look at that lady, she's so fat. And that's the moment, right, that I get to say, you know, we all have different genes and different families and different struggles, honey, but remember, we all have the same value. Someone who's fat isn't more valuable than someone who's thin, right? We have the same value. We have to start teaching it as a principle of truth all the time. Every moment of every day. And that's what it becomes a part of who we are and how we just see the world. But we can't just do it in those moments. We have to do it all the time. Does that make sense? And yeah.
I want to start the next session.
Okay.
We're done.
We're done. Thank you. If anybody does want any more information about what I teach, come and talk to me, okay? Totally.
Thank you for your valuable time.
You're right here. Matter of fact, if anybody's interested, I have a free fear assessment on my website that will show you on paper your fear of failure and loss and how they show up if anybody is interested. These green ones have the assessment on it. And yeah, and I have some brochures and you can ride along with me. Thank you. Oh, that's so sweet.
Before starting the session, lead speaker will get 15 minutes and panelist member will have 5 minutes for the presentation. After that, question answer session and the conclusion part. Okay, that will be the... yes.
I mean, we all can. So, I mean, considering very few of us, instead of me taking 15 minutes, I think it will be a very good idea for us to all have a chat. And, you know, because it'll be more interactive. So, let me also be a speaker.
So let me also be a speaker as well as a panelist on this, and I'll kind of semi-moderate it if you don't mind, to ensure that all of us get time to speak. Now, when we talk about youth being aversive to politics or averse to politics, we are actually looking at a huge section of society. We're looking at, if you look at the demographics, India, for instance, has a massive, big young population. And they have a right to vote. And they also have a right to be leaders. So I think it would be such a waste if we don't engage youth leaders enough to be a part of body politics, to create transformation. I'm going to go to each one of you, and then I'll come and I'll give the answer. What do you think, what makes youth different, let's say, to maybe people older than them, when it comes to transformation, idea of changing, or getting into transformative politics? First, you, Vinny.
Thanks, Nancy. If I talk about the transformation of the politics, the social media is playing a very crucial part in Indian politics, because most of the time, even if it's an IT professional working for some NGO, charity organization, or working for some MNC, they definitely get time to get engaged themselves in social media, and by that they are bringing a change to the Indian politics. They are bringing their ideas, their thoughts up front. Because earlier in an older generation there is no platform like that. So whatever people are thinking, they are discussing with their family and relatives. But now in today's scenario, they have platforms to show what they want in their society, what kind of changes they want, and what kind of things they are lacking, their society is lacking, and what are the pros and cons of that. So I think youth is already engaged in the politics and very actively, at least for last 3-4 years, I have seen the changes. Means even if you are vice president of MNC, you will definitely devote few minutes or couple of hours of your life to the nation discussing about the current affairs of the country. I think this is a major transformation India is going through.
Over to you. Yes, so how does, when you look at different age groups, how is youth most suited or eligible for transformational politics?
Great.
You know, youth they say the nature of youth is such that it is more idealistic than others. There is more innocence. There is also more idealism. There's also more anger. So what do you think, how do you think it's different from other age groups and most suited to look at politics of transformation?
Great. So my name is Israel Munoz. There's a bit of a mix-up in my name wasn't on the brochure, but I'm an American student. I study mathematics and economics at New York City, and I was a youth activist in politics when I was in high school. So I think the primary difference between adults in politics and youth in politics, of course, is that we're more idealistic. But that's because we see the failures that are in place because of the older people who hold political office. Right now, we're in an election season in the United States, and among young people, probably the most popular candidate is one named Bernie Sanders, right? And he's advocating for free education. Right now, access to education in the United States, a college education, anybody could get it. Anybody could go to college as long as you're accepted, but we have a lot of student debt. Me in particular, I have $40,000 in student debt, and many students graduate with that, which holds them back. So we see the failures in the society that we have, and we're very idealistic because we want to change that. We're going to inherit the society that is set up for us. So I think that young people look at refreshing ideas, such as free education, and really try to uphold them, organize politically, and hope to make those ideas a reality.
Israel, just a counter question. I mean, it's for me. So, I mean, if I were to be in the US right now, Bernie Sanders would be my candidate too.
That's great to hear.
Pretty much.
For the burn.
Yeah, but it's very fascinating because look at his age, and he's a youth icon, so to speak. I mean, not being youthful himself, but youngsters wanting him. How do you explain that?
I think Bernie Sanders has been very consistent in his politics ever since he was young. When he was in college, he was involved in the civil rights movement. People would say he's part of the left in the United States politics. And that really resonates with a lot of us. Consistently, Bernie Sanders has held views that are in line with the views of young people. He wants to make college free. He wants to ensure that young people have access to quality jobs. Right now, a college degree does not guarantee you a well-paying job. The American dream that, is the image that is portrayed of America is crumbling. We graduate with that, and when we see a candidate when we see a candidate who really speaks to our troubles, it's really going to invigorate youth in politics. And more so now with all of the access to technology, social media is playing a big role. 5-10 years ago, if we had a candidate like Bernie Sanders, he would not have as much attention as he does today, and that's because youth finally see a candidate that speaks to their values, and the youth are propelling him through social media and things like that.
Now, the same question essentially, we're talking about youth being averse to politics. What has been your experience, and how is youth different from other age groups and more suited for idealistic politics and politics of transformation, and the status quo politics?
Hello, I come from Colombia. I'm the founder of Chase Foundation and the Ibero-American Women Network and the group Youth Americas Network. So in Colombia, I give one example for your question. Is the Americas Youth Network is an example of a new form of doing politics. It's a comprised of manifestations of youth movements from all over the continent, ranging from Argentina to Canada, with no discrimination of age, races, political ideologies. They are working for raising awareness. Yes, in each country's government, it's the importance of youth politicals. For example, for the women, it's really challenged in the politics. So I would like to say the most important difference in different age is not the age, it's how participate in these activities, how we create a new models. And I give a good example in Colombia or other countries in Latin America is the Youth Americas Network. We're working now, we create a new models, recommendations about policies, about the education, social inclusion, but it's participation with the partners, with the government. The other difference with another countries is exactly this. No difference with another countries because all young people need to participate in create a new models in politics. A good example, in other hand, is Ibero-American Women Network because for us it's a challenge to participate in political movement, participate in another countries with like create new models for politicals is very complicated. So we need to think, know what is the difference, the age or the countries or the race or the system politic is how you create a new models for participation in the government, and we create a good governance, humanity and political person.
Well, thank you for that, and I really agree with you. I really think modern activism being younger is very important as to what is the nature of that activism, like you were saying. And I really think there's the English saying, right, handsome is what handsome does. Youth is what youth does. So if you had a lot of leaders even earlier, if you look at Singapore's Lee Kuan Yew and Mahathir Mohamad, who are much, much older, but stood for different kind of politics. So you don't have to be necessarily young. In India, we have a huge problem with dynastic politics. So you have a lot of sons and daughters of important people in the parliament. They're not because they're great young leaders, but only because they're sons and daughters of important people there. So I don't know how representative it is of youth, so to speak. My next question would be really about the various, we saw what happened in the Arab Spring, how people got together. In India, and I was part of these two revolutions that we saw. First was the Anna Hazare movement, which was an anti-corruption movement. I was a founder, campaigner and a member of the whole group. And then there was this other movement that happened for gender rights. Women got raped. And a lot of youngsters were out. And it was amazing to see men participate equally with women to protest against the brutality that this young woman suffered and was killed. Of course, she was raped and brutalized and killed, but also to stand up for each other. So in that sense, there was a certain newness that we saw on the streets of Delhi or in India. But we saw sooner or later, same old politics intervened, and nothing really changed. You know, it was, you think you make a, you can make a difference, but after some time, the larger system pervades. So how do you, what are the suggestions as young leaders yourselves to keep the youth engaged, to keep getting more and more people out, to keep the inspiration going, so to speak? What would be your methods? What would you do, for instance, to, how would you reach out to maybe more youngsters, people in schools and colleges to take more interest? You know, what is your take on it?
Thanks, Shazia, for this question. Actually, if I speak for my thoughts, so it is going to have more and more interactive sessions like this, not on the politics, regarding education, regarding your social culture, your religion and everything. Because if I talk about the society and the religion, there is a vote bank politics in India. So when it comes for the vote banks, it's in the, between the, among the leaders, but they use the religion to play the vote bank politics. And the point is, there is no interactive session, there is no exchange of knowledge between 2 or 3 religions. They are really cut off from each other, they do not understand each other, they do not celebrate each other. There is few percentage of people, like 10 or 15%, who appreciate other religion, but other part is totally vote bank. They even are not ready to learn anything new, they are not ready to adapt anything new. It's not about that you adopt another religion, it's about respect them, know them, and be a friend of them. So this kind of session is, even in school, hospital, clinics, politics, everywhere. Even if I'm a patient, so even on the form, when I have to take admission in the colleges, why to fill that religion, caste and everything? Because it's a part of politics. Leaders do not want to erase this line from every scenario of the society. So I think this is the basic improvement we need in India.
Yeah, well, absolutely, Vinny. Well said too. Because politics is so divided, and because democracy means going out and getting votes, and then that means about vote banks. So you have to cater to different constituencies. So Muslim leaders support Muslim votes. Jat, we have different castes. So this it's governed by religion, caste, region, and many biases.
And reservation.
So, and of course, I'm sure in South America, for instance, or North America, things would be different. There are, of course, the liberals, the moderates, and the conservatives. There's left politics and there's right politics. But essentially, I find it more egalitarian because it's based on haves and have-nots, or the economic groups, so to speak, not necessarily religious groups. But even in the US, we know how patriarchal it's been of late, how racist it can be in parts. What kind of politics Donald Trump is talking about? It is shocking, really, even for people like us who are used to much worse politics in India. So how do you explain that? How do you explain the rise and ascent of Donald Trump, for instance?
That's the question all Americans are asking right now.
I want to know.
It's very interesting. The United States has a two-party system, Democrats, which are more liberal, and Republicans, which are more conservative. I think what has happened in the Republican Party, the conservative party, it's very usually compromised by wealthy elites, right? That was the people who dominated the party, but their constituency was white working class people. What has happened in the United States is that the economic status of the average American has degraded. It has gone down over recent years. And the Republican Party, the right wing, has seen their party as a failure. So they are not right now looking for someone who is part of the establishment, part of the Republican establishment. They want someone new that can share the anger that they have. And when they see Donald Trump, they see someone who kind of lived the American dream. He's a billionaire actually. So he sees someone who knows how to, they see someone who knows how to make wealth, create money, so they like that about him. oftentimes what happens in the United States, there's a lot of immigration to the United States. And a lot of people, especially white working class individuals, they see immigration as immigrants are taking my job.
As a threat.
They're taking my job. They're the reason why my economic status has declined. So they blame them. They're a scapegoat, the immigrants. I study economics. There is no positive, statistically significant correlation between immigration and unemployment. So that is not true. Their reasoning, while it makes sense logically, there's more people coming, they're taking my jobs. Economically, that's not how the world works. But they see Donald Trump, he says, oh, Mexicans, I'm Mexican, by the way. They say they're rapists, they're taking your jobs, they're ruining America, things like that. And when you have a racist mentality and you feel like these people are to blame for taking your job, of course you're going to vote for a person like Donald Trump because he seems to confirm your belief. And he is saying, well, we're going to get rid of immigrants, we're going to deport people. Not only that, he's also playing on the fear of those people. You know, terrorism plays a huge conversation. After 9/11, terrorism has been in the spotlight. What Donald Trump has been saying is he's going to put a ban on Muslims coming into the United States, and he also wants to have a database that'll track where Muslims are, as if we could do that. And these people hear that, and they're like, okay, I'm going to vote for that guy because he's going to keep me safe. He's going to prevent the Muslims from hurting us. So he's very much playing on people's fears and misperceptions of how the economy works.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's a xenophobia of a sinister kind.
Yeah.
And, you know, that would include so many of us. I mean, I'm a Muslim myself. Like you said, you have from Mexico, you have the origins from there. So I find it very fascinating because America had, for the last 8 years, 7.5 now almost, a black president, half Muslim. So this, do you think this is a complete shift, you know, so to speak? And just when you think there is evolution in the way people look at leadership, and there is acceptance of somebody who's not the same color or the same race, and then after that, you see completely plummeting of those standards, and you have somebody like Donald Trump. So isn't it very disappointing? I mean, is it like the opposite of evolution, if at all, for the people of America from their point of view?
In a sense, it is. In 2008, when Barack Obama was elected, a lot of people thought we're going to enter like a new age of American politics where color doesn't matter anymore, things like that. But when when Barack Obama became president, we also faced the largest recession in the United States since the Great Depression caused by the financial crisis of 2008. And when a lot of individuals, when the recession happened, there was the housing bust, a lot of people lost their homes, lost their life savings, they lost everything. And they saw Barack Obama as president. You know, when the average American, when their standards of living go down, who do they blame? The president. He's not doing enough, he's not a good leader. So there has really been a resurgence in conservative politics in the United States, despite the fact that we have a very liberal president. We can't exclude things like the Tea Party movement, which started as a result of the Great Recession in 2008. So there's been a lot of buildup in the past 8 years, and we're finally seeing that that buildup of conservative Tea Party politics. We're seeing them grow, and now it's starting to materialize through the rise of Donald Trump and people like him.
Nadia, we just heard first from beneath as to how voters are divided on the basis of religion, caste, patriarchal standards, and what have you. And now, what's happening in the US, you know, the liberals versus the more conservative, this whole xenophobic politics and how it's dividing people, and looking at different sections of society, looking at each other with distrust, you know, lack of confidence and empathy. What has been your experience in South America? And how do you reach out to the young to fight these biases for a more egalitarian politics, for a more liberal kind of politics?
Um, I need to start, we need to break paradigms. The young people need to break paradigms. Why? In South America, and especially in Colombia, have a lot of people and have a lot of system politics and have a lot of corruption. So it's because with the young people, we create participation and groups for advice to the government. But in this moment, we advise it's not possible listen with the government because the government don't listen to young people many times. So in Colombia, for example, if compare United States, but a government built paradigms is a new age, is a new political vision. I will like in Colombia, the young people think that create that political parties to get educated. In the exact rehearsal, the originals and achievements of political parties after this process, we need to believe again in the government and create new models politicals. If you have education, if you want to participate in the government. It's very different in other countries, but this is the challenge. How you knowledge in the other countries, how you create a good ideology or a good system politics. If you integrate the politics in India and United States, if we don't compare with religious or with a system politics, it's just we believe that we need to integrate, total integrate good ideas in the government. If you integrate good ideas, it's sure we need a good future and we need to good participation and we need to give more education, more young people in the politics, more women in the politics. But we need to believe that if totally integrate different ideologies in the society, we believe that we can do a good new model politics. But this is the reason. The reason title dissertation is Youth Adverse Politics. Yeah, it's a challenge. Why the young people not participate? Because we don't believe. We have different barriers, yeah. So if you total integrate different ideology, we have a new model, not democracy, but it's different participation in the government. But it's just we need to believe that total integrate ideologies and break paradigms.
So you feel breaking paradigms is important and there has to be more integration. No, I agree with you, but the nature of politics is divisive, is to divide. That's how you get your own. So it's a tough call really there. Tell me more about South America. I mean, you've seen Cristina Hernandez in Argentina, and of course the president was a woman. So is it still patriarchal there? Because India is very patriarchal. You know, the women who really make it almost always are either daughters or wives or widows of extremely powerful men. You know, they've got to have the last name of an important man. Then to be their own, you know, they're not their own person, so to speak. I mean, it's unfair to say that. We have a lot of chief ministers in India, you know, and women in the cabinet too. But most of them owe their political legacy, so to speak, to the benefactors, even from their families. How does it work, this whole thing of machista in South American politics, and how do young women leaders fight it out?
We can have a different democracy because if you look at in this moment, Brazil have another situation, and the president is a woman, so have like a crisis, political crisis now. Yes, but in Chile or Peru, Bolivia is very different to Colombia because as the system political in the society have another ideology, but the end, the situation is all youngs participate, but depend the situation and the government. So it's not democracy. it's not a good situation because you need to depend the government and the skills and I don't know, for example, in Colombia, you need to create a movement if you want to listen to the government. In Bolivia, it's another situation because the country is thinking about the community, the all population participate, yes, but the real situation is no, it's true. Because you depend the different politics for young people. So it's not real a good situation for young people. Costa Rica in Central America is a good example, the politics and safety politics and security and democracy is a good example. Colombia now is a good example, just process peace. We need to have more young people participate in this process because we want to the peace. In the future, the new generations will need to peace because if you don't have peace, you can participate and you can create a future and you can get a good education and you can to knowledge and you can to stay in other countries and give the good experience about the participation. South American, totally South America have a good democracy, but we need more skills, more good governments to express the young people. We need to do, create models, create a good participation space. I think South American is not that different Central American, but Mexico, for example, and Colombia is very similar, and we have the similar crisis, political crisis or conflict crisis, the war, family in the war, young people in the war or the conflict is very similar. So it's very important that young people participate and create new alternatives. If you want to, the future need a good government.
Well, thank you for that exposition, so to speak, and you really took us there and to different economies and different countries and how the politics works. I think what I get a sense from you is that more engagement of the youth is important, but we also see as to after what happened in the Arab Spring and what's happening in India also, that we have agitation by the young, but very often it's caste-based. Like there was a Jats are a community in India, and there was a young leader leading them, and Patels in Gujarat. So I keep going back to this. I mean, it's good to have more youth, but maybe a leadership of youth, a young leadership, but which is more dedicated, so to speak, to democratic principles, to not divisive politics, but be bringing people together and cutting across religion, race, and economic divide. We will take some questions from the audience now because we do have, I think, another 15 minutes for the session.
Can I just say, yes, sure, please go ahead. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Margaret Ali from London, and I work for the University Research, and we have a young UPF, which means that in University Research we have young people kind of working to something known as altruistic. However, we not just in England, generally in the West, there's a real sense of thinking that there's apathy among youth regarding politics. I mean, that's your question. I'm not going to talk about political systems because they vary and they're not really so relevant to this question. No matter what, young people say, oh God, they're not doing anything, and they don't actually. Our thinking is that generally of older people's things. However, we did a campaign with another organization, young people's organization called Shanta UK, and they have their own online thing, and there were lots of people following, 25,000 or something. However, we found that it is not the case at all. We started, we have a partnership with the UK government, the UK Parliament, to bring young people to Parliament, and we do that a lot. So in the Parliament week, we did youth engagement in politics. That was a topic. We were absolutely flabbergasted. The number of young people who were really interested, but they just did not know. So this was last year. This year, end of last year, we started this campaign with a couple of MPs, but particularly with Sharp UK CEO. He's a fantastic young man. He's 23, 24. However, he works with us, with our young people. And we did a campaign to try and get education into schools, to understand what is politics. People should understand that what you wear is politics, what you buy, where you go, and you've got the right to do this or that. They don't even know that politics is campaigning and lobbying your MP, etc. So therefore, when we started this, everybody was a bit, again, nothing will happen. But this determined young man, again with a little team from us, they went and they talked to people to say that, look, we want to do this education. And we're very difficult. It's very, very kind of traditional education, whatever departments can't do anything. So we devised a method, a curriculum that was accepted by the education department, and we are actually going teaching in schools. We've got top Harrow School, which is a public school, public meaning private. And then there is the academy where people are really struggling to stay in school, and they've got special group of on achieving people. He just goes anywhere where they will listen, and he's paid for it.
And it should not just be students from Harrow or Eton, but
anywhere,
all over.
Anywhere.
Yeah.
And the process has started. What my point is, every time we did anything, we found that young people are interested, but they don't know how to access politics. So this myth must be broken, and it's not so much what young people are complaining, like in politics, etc. What is important is to make young people engage, understand who they have to be, what is it. Once they do that, they by themselves they engage. I really feel education is the key, and I also feel that. Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
What you said really resonates with me. There's a misperception that young people don't care about politics, and there is a lot of apathy sometimes among young people. And I think it has to do with education. In the United States, a lot of young people have the view that politics is you wait till you're 18 years old and then you go vote and that's it. You vote for a president. But we're not educated about civics or engaging in politics even before we are allowed to vote when we're younger than 18. When I was in high school, I was raised in Southside Chicago, an area with a rather high poverty rate. My parents were immigrants, and I lived in a community that was pretty politically marginalized. But I was introduced to a program very similar to the one that you spoke about called the Mikvah Challenge, where they take young people and they engage them in politics. For example, I was working in Barack Obama's re-election campaign. I was doing a lot of campaign work, and whereas in normal school, young people sit down and they listen to the adults.
Citizenship.
Yes, but in this situation, the education is altered dramatically. Now it's young people who are, you're the experts in policy. What do you want to see change? What's important to you? And the adults now have to listen. And when you empower youth, when you let them take the lead, yes, we are passionate about the things that affect us. And one of the things that I did in 2013, when I was still in high school, the city of Chicago, the government announced the largest school closures in US history. Most of these schools, public schools, were being closed in poor minority neighborhoods. To me right away, I was like, they're closing public schools, they're shutting down education for students. Where is the student voice? Why are youth not participating? So I started organizing with young people all over the city, and we created an organization called the Chicago Students Union, and we did a lot of protesting. If politicians don't want to listen to the young people, we're going to make them listen to us. And so we started protesting a lot, having massive demonstrations consistently in the city until we got a seat at the table, until we were able to sit on the same table as the politicians making the decision. And we pressured the Board of Education to create a student advisory council so that students can be part of the decision makers when it comes to education policy. So yeah, I just wanted to highlight that.
Yes, there is a question. Yes.
Yes, I would just like to add, I actually come from the Mexican border, Nogales, Sonora, on the Mexican side of Nogales, Arizona. So everything that you said, it's like our everyday life of us. What is going to be like after November? We're kind of curious. And regarding the youth engagement, I was very interested into coming into this session because as the community foundation I work for, we have seen this new way of doing things in politics in Mexico. We seem to be living forever in campaigns. Everyone is campaigning at some point in the country. So yeah, it's a campaign style of life. So for mayors and some representatives, it's every 3 years. For governors and presidents, every 6 years. So you take a group of 15-year-old kids and start providing sport activities, some concerts, etc., wearing the shirt of the color of your party, red or blue. And they grow up those 3 years and they mature into voting for the party. There is no corruption for them. You cannot accuse them of being into something dirty, etc., because they are clean cut kids. But at some point you are using them. You are forcing their minds through sports, etc., to become part of that party. The other part, what we have been doing as a non-political organization, and I think the results are clear, is starting to work with middle schools. Those that are 12, as politicians really don't care about them because they're not going to vote in 3 years, and start asking them what they want. What is the conditions of the park, the roads, the bus service, etc., and they decide what they want to do with that amount of money that we will grant to them. They are so young that they can even cash a check. So we do all the due diligence work, etc., but they are so proud. Some of them are 16 now. They still have another campaign to vote. But they are becoming the city leaders in a city where the leaders are those who are engaged with the mafia and have cash in their pockets. This is the new generation that started doing community work at 12. So for us, 15 it's too late. We are starting supporting groups at 12 and they really know what they want. And if you see my presentation today at 2:45, we're going to show you the drawings they did as civil engineers to measure the park, etc. They did everything. They were 12. So that's how young we have to start. They have a voice at 12. They really know what they want.
I want to say something to that.
And many girls involved.
Okay, after Nadia.
I would like to finish with 3 questions because it's very important about why youth be averse to politics. And the first question is, why if power is supposed to reside in people, why it seems like we have abandoned the true sense of government by the people for the people? And another question is, why should the future of our population be in the hands of a few? Or better, why political systems are designed for controlling economics and social systems to a point basic liberties are restricted? I think it's a good question because the title of dissertation is Youth Adverse to Politics. And we have the different situations in different countries. But why the young people don't participate? We thinking because the political or the decisions is in hands of a few.
Well, I must qualify this, and this is contradictory to what is being discussed. What is happening in India is there is far too much engagement in politics, but that is dirty party politics. Every big party in India has a student wing which extend to the universities and colleges, and young members who want to engage in politics, we should be engaging in transformation politics, politics of idealism, challenging the status quo, become as status quoist, and as the leaders on the top, because they are part of a larger political system. So there is no change happening because they're doing pretty much what the political masters are doing at the center or at the states. So there is no change. So you have the worst such kind of situation that every college and university in India, there is the same kind of politics of happening, which is the kind of politics you speak against, of politics of corruption, of dirty tricks, engagement of the wrong kind, muscle power, money power. So it's strange that youth are more engaged, getting more engaged, but getting used literally by the big political parties to do exactly what the parties do, and totally contradicting the whole spirit of youth engagement, which is a better civic engagement, cutting across caste and economic divide, those barriers, and going for more egalitarianism, more equity, so to speak. Any other questions from the audience?
If we talk about the politics and the engagement of the youth and the students, so it is something that every country is using their youth power to, towards their goal of the politics, and youth is in the confusion that they are going to be a politician. But the fact is, every country do not need politicians; they need leaders to take charge of the development, to take charge for the proper education, proper amenities. But the end, the thing is, everybody tries to be a politician. If we talk about a political party, they also have two kind of people. They have politicians to make the policies. They use the youth and every resource according to their need. And one is the leader who take charge for their implement of the political agendas and everything. So at the end, youth is little bit confused even at the developing country or at the US and everybody. Because they want to be a politician, they want to be a part of politics, they want to be a part of the nation, but they do not understand what is the difference between a politician and a leader. And until we are not going to teach them a leadership, they are not going to be anywhere. Education.
And any other questions from the audience before we close the session? Would you like to share your experiences with youth and politics? Sue, would you like to tell us about Australia as to how it works? Are there outreach programs to create young leaders, not necessarily young politicians, as Vinny just said?
So personally, we were having a chat outside just before the session started, and I grew up in Australia where it's compulsory to vote, and so I think that that's a great thing to at least, there's a sense of engagement at an early age, and there's a sense of responsibility. But there isn't necessarily a continuation of understanding, dialogue, so I think particularly the programs that have been talked about would be highly valuable, because I think what you see in Australia and the UK, which I've also lived, is that politics is predominantly run by white, middle-aged, privileged men. So, it's not representative of society. So I think this early engagement, even in countries like Australia where it's compulsory to vote, is much, much needed, so that we do get a greater representation of society, and if we don't start there, it's never going to happen. Yeah, so I think this is a great conversation to be having and brilliant initiatives.
Yeah, I'm glad we're having this conversation. Actually, a lot of things got thrown out.
Well, one thing though, two comments to make. I've recently bought a book, sorry, this is about Barack Obama and what's apparently looking like a downslide afterwards. But there's a new book out called All the Single Ladies. And I've bought it, I haven't read it yet. But again, it was apparently in Barack Obama's first election, it was predominantly all of these independent single ladies which actually voted him in. It was, again, feeling that they weren't really being engaged in politics and society. So hopefully they'll all come out and keep Trump out as well. But again, it's just, the importance of identifying with groups and with mindsets instead of, traditional demographics. And I think it's absolutely brilliant that in the UK, the London elections, the mayor, Sadiq Khan got in, which is brilliant, and talk about white privilege, middle-aged men.
I'm not Labour at all, But there's two guys there. One is completely inexperienced, the other one is experienced. experience, integrity. I didn't even think he's Muslim, honestly speaking. But of course, that's a huge thing. It's the first Muslim person.
Absolutely.
But that wasn't the issue. The issue is there's two guys. You got to just tell these two guys, are not going to win. Definitely, this is our experience, conservative or liberal. So therefore, I just, without thinking, in market you voted Labour. I didn't vote Labour. I voted the good guy. And he's fantastic. And I hope more people like that.
Yes, and there was an actually article which says that London gives an answer. London gives it's a slap to the Donald Trump essentially. Because London's answer.
And he says, oh, I might be an exception in your
And
case.
so how do we look at people really? And when, as Susan said, it's about changing mindsets. So what kind of, we want more engagement, but what kind of engagement? We want leaders, but what kind of leaders? Quality matters. And I think, yes, integrity.
Desire to have people.
Absolutely. And also looking at, so I don't think the answers necessarily would come from the world of politics, but a kind of a social awakening, a renaissance of sorts, where you really need to change mindsets, the attitudes, how we look at people, take away identities, whether it's color, race, or religion, but who stands for leadership and what that means to the community. But I think it was a wonderful, wonderful session. We had very few people in the audience, but that's what happens when you have too many sessions. But believe you me, it was an honest conversation and I love being a part of it. Thank you so much. Great. And a big applause for my co-panelists. You did a great job. Thank you, Nadia, Israel, and Vinny.
Thank you. It was good. Good job.
guys.
It took me a while to find you though.
We'll just have a picture together, all of us.
I just wanted to my colleague. Guys.
Thank you. Bye, Sue. I'm glad you came.
I was thinking of speaking on behalf of Canada. Hi. I was thinking of speaking on behalf of Canada. Hi. I'm speaking next, so that's the reason I'm here. I don't know much.
And I was part of the anti-corruption movement called Anna movement for the it's not.
You gotta do like cleansing.
Yes.
Put people in a machine and they come out clean. And then
I don't have to tell
how many
I'm gonna write to you. Thank you.
You can write over in here. It's my card. Okay. You can write.
Yes, stop.
Madam, you? Oh, okay.
deep breathing. Right? We've all heard. When you're angry, take a few deep breaths and you'll feel better. Why? Because when we do deep breathing, our energy body or our aura expands. It brings in more energy to deal with. So it's like a room full of 30 people will sound noisy, but a huge hall full of 30 people will not be noisy anymore. So when our aura expands, those thoughts don't sound so loud anymore to us. Okay? But what is the right way of breathing? We are just going to do that first, so that at least you go home. When you go home, you've got a few tips that you can start practicing on for yourself. Okay? So, hold your, put one hand on your navel, push it in, inhale, so your stomach should come up, hold, exhale. The abdomen breathing. Okay? When we inhale, our stomach should come up, hold, exhale. Inhale, hold, exhale. Inhale, hold, exhale. Inhale, hold, exhale. Anybody who needs help? Okay. Just do this for about 5 minutes. Do it right now and see how you feel. How many of you already feel calmer? Right? It already, you can start sensing that you're feeling calmer. We feel calmer and lighter emotionally. Okay? So these are two techniques that you can do on a regular basis at home. The other one is pranic healing. So I'm going to call two of the volunteers who've come with me to demonstrate how that is done. Salt disintegrates dirty energy and water absorbs it. Okay? So when we take a bath with salt water, that's what happens on a regular basis. We keep our energy body clean. Would any of you like to come and get? Yes. Would you like to volunteer to get the healing done? Sure, come. Okay. Can I have 3 of you? 3 for the time being. We don't have enough space here. After the session of talk is over, we can give everybody a healing here. Okay? If somebody wants to sit, they can sit, otherwise they can stand. Come, volunteer. Stand and get it done. You're going to do this after as well, right? Yes. You can sit here. Okay. Right now we have 6 of them, so if we can take up 2 more people. You want to come? Okay. She raised her hand first, so we'll do it for you after the session, if you don't mind. You can sit there. Yeah. Oh, that chair. Take one minute. Hello. So what we're going to do is demonstrate how we do pranic healing. It's a no-touch healing system which literally sweeps the dirty energy out of the aura. So you can watch them. Let's start. Just connect your tongue to the palate. Above, yeah. You can close your mouth. Okay.
Do you mind coming down? They're saying if you can do in the center.
So,
Chronic healing. It's just a one-day workshop to do the basic.
Two.
Two days for basic, and then as you be comfortable with doing it, you can do the advanced and the other courses, which will heal you and your family members and your loved ones. It just, there is no other science to it except that we are cleaning the energy body that is around us. We all have an aura, and if we clean that aura, we can heal a lot of things. Even cancer is healed. People who cannot conceive have started conceiving. We have superb results with chronic healing. All that database is on the net.
okay, so let's start. This is what is called sweeping. Okay, so all we do, you're taught how to do this, is to remove the dirty energy from the aura of the person so that the body can absorb more energy and heal itself. The basic premises of pranic healing is that the body heals itself. All it needs is energy. If we can provide it with that extra energy, it will rectify and heal itself. Let's say you get a small cut on your hand. You don't rush to the hospital. You just wash it, probably put a band-aid, and say, okay, this will heal. We go to the hospital for things which are beyond our control. Because if you get a small cut, the body has enough energy to repair it itself. Give it a few hours, already the cut would have closed up. On 2 days, you won't even know where it got cut. Okay? So they are using what is known as isopropyl alcohol or doctor's spirit to clean their hands because that is very good for energy cleaning. If you don't have isopropyl, you can use vodka mixed with water. That is also a very good energy cleanser. Not internally, guys. Only externally. I read your question. Internally, it will have different effects, but externally, it cleanses the dirty energy from the aura. Any vodka will do. Otherwise, just get a doctor's pill. Isopropyl alcohol is available at all chemist shops. IP alcohol, isopropyl alcohol. Across the world, it's available at every chemist shop. These are two different techniques. So one is called cupping and one is called homing. So you clean that, which is what we teach in the workshop. How you are cleaning, and combing is because like our body has skin pores, our energy body has health rays. You know, like hair, they're very fine health rays which release dirty energy out of our system. So when we comb it out, it's like why do we comb our hair? To take out any kind of mud, tangles from our hair. Similarly, when we comb the aura out, it is detangling the health rays so that the body itself is repaired. The idea is not to continuously keep providing it with energy from outside. The idea is to make the body healthier so that it absorbs energy from the surroundings. Our body survives on energy from 3 primary sources: the sun, the air, and the earth. These are the 3 primary sources of energy that we live on. Okay? Secondary sources are food, water, sleep. When we sleep, we recharge. It's like a cell phone battery. When we sleep at night, we recharge our batteries for the morning. When we do this, this is giving the body the ability to absorb more from the surroundings, from what we eat, from what we drink, and from the sleep. And in a short while, we will also take you through a very beautiful meditation, which is a very simple meditation to do. It's a 20-minute fully guided meditation, which, as per our research conducted over years in different parts of the world, gives you the energy that a full 8-hour sleep cycle will give you. That's the amount of energy it brings into the system. Okay? Yes. Anyone can do it. You just need to understand the concept of the energy body. It's not the movement of the hand which is making the energy move. It's the understanding and the intent of the healer which makes the energy move. You don't even have to do it physically. You can do it distantly. You could be sitting here and doing healing for someone in as far as South America. Ideal healing takes about 20 minutes totally. This is just part of it. No, they're just doing this because right now we're not doing a full healing, because that would require us to clean what is called chakras as well. Like a physical body has organs, our energy body has chakras or wheels of life, like they are called. So, to heal the person fully of any ailment or of stress, particular chakras get affected. Those chakras also need to be cleaned in a similar manner, removed. So it's like the fan gets blocked, you need to clean it up of grime and dust so that it works properly. So a whole total healing takes about 20-25 minutes.
So yes. What you're doing here now, you're saying this is one method, but another method is the salt water.
Salt water is one of the simplest methods to a certain extent to remove dirty energy. It's not equivalent to a healing, but it's good for general upkeep.
General upkeep, because we are subjected to different energies throughout the day. If you have a salt water bath, those little energies which will be coming into your aura, and maybe you'll get a cold the next day, it can reduce that. If you're having a salt water bath every day, you may not get that cold, which could have entered your aura, but it has got cleaned because of the salt water.
Let's say you were traveling in a public transport and 4 people there were sneezing. Usually what happens? We come back home and we've got the sneeze, right? If you take a salt water bath, nothing will happen to you. No rock salt. Normal common sea salt or common cooking salt. Common salt.
So you could swim in the sea.
That is perfect.
Yeah.
That is perfect.
But you would still need to do
This has a different effect, but if you were swimming in the sea for half an hour every day, that would be very, very helpful for healing.
Even your feet, if you just walk in the sea, they just...
Yes, yes, because salt disintegrates dirty energy and water absorbs it. When we take a normal water bath every day, why do we do it? To keep our body clean, right? The water to a certain extent takes away, absorbs a little bit of the dirty energy, which is why we always feel better after a bath. You're feeling low, you take a bath, you feel better. Similarly, try the salt water bath. You will feel even much better. It just suddenly seems to remove all the, it's like removing the dust and the grime from the day, but on the energy level. The normal salt is removing it from the physical level.
Is it possible that the healer who is doing the healing, if she does not cleanse herself, then she gets the negative?
Energy healing is the science. So how, if you cook food and you don't wash your hands, the food will remain in your hand. Similarly, yes, if the healer is touching dirty energy, they know how to deal with that dirty energy, which is why they need to, somebody needs to be guided on what to do. It's like really learning to deal with garbage coming.
Another thing is, when we are healers, we do a lot of
We do a lot of meditation, so our auras are much more stronger. So that also helps in combating all this.
Yeah.
So this is all a step-by-step learning. But each and every one of you can learn it and use it for the betterment of yourself and people around you. Plus, you can make it a profession.
Okay, so, can we ask you all to go back to your seats, please?
Any person from
Anybody would like to share?
Because this is a logically experimented, documented.
Would any of you like to share how you're doing, Sangeeta?
I'm not too sure if it's definitely is.
Pranic healing can heal us
Yeah, I just
psychologically because it deals with the chakras, psychopaths, people under depression, suicidal people. All psychosomatic problems can be dealt with.
Oh yeah, I feel
People who have not conceived have conceived. People who could not walk, spinal cord problem, that has been healed. So it's a very beautiful thing. And deep inside your healing power increases with the evolving of your soul. So it's a healing process. Your soul elevates with this, and people gain from this. You yourself gain by the service you do, and you are healing people around you. So it's a very beautiful thing.
I just wanted to say that I could really feel the energy moving through the body. It's amazing to actually witness it because I can feel it in my fingers, and I can still feel it right now. Like my fingers are really, really tight now, and I can feel it right down to my toes. Yeah, it's amazing.
Thank you.
I have found myself for a long time to be very sensitive to the aura energies. So as someone walks around you, even if eyes are closed, it's like breath. To being able to, and sometimes it is a bit of a distraction. And I do find India very proud. So being able to protect your space, protect your energy. But the exercise, as she was smoothing it, I could actually feel myself calming. That since arriving, that there's been this chaotic energy. Computers don't work, and this doesn't work. So I found that that was very soothing, very grounding. Yes. Oh, yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
So all of you can take a healing each after the session is over. So this is general pranic healing. Right now, what we just demonstrated is just cleaning up the entire aura. So if you put dirty hands on the windshield of a car, do you notice it gives grind marks? You can't see. So on a daily basis, our thoughts, our emotions create marks like that on our aura. It becomes difficult to see clearly ahead our life. Over a period of time, if we've been through a very stressful period, our aura literally becomes dark and dirty, preventing us to see ahead and to plan clearly. It's like wearing spectacles which are dirty, full of mud. So what the general sweeping does is it cleans it up. It is easier for you to even have clarity about your life purpose and what lies ahead. To ground yourself, to say, okay, I can deal with more now. So it's a very simple technique to learn. These are some of the techniques to keep our aura or our energy body clean. Okay? Now, are you ready for another experiment to do for yourself? Move both your palms. Do they both feel equal? Yes, gently. Do they feel equal right now? Oh, okay. So, you might not feel this experiment as much, but the rest feel it equal? Okay. So let's do. On one hand, you look at it and say angry, 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 angry. Just look at the palm of your hand and say angry 5 to 6 times. Okay. Now feel. Does it feel heavier? the other one, look at it and say, happy, 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 happy. I'm just telling you how energy feels and how it makes us feel. Now feel, this feels even lighter. Okay? Because the minute we think happy, say happy, our energy becomes lighter. We don't need this, so let's clap and remove both of them right now. Definitely don't want that right? So when we clap, yes, clapping your hands feels the dirty energy around you, and it feels, that's what I was just going to tell you. So when the other people get awards when we clap, we are really trying to clean up energy from the room. More than celebrating them. But that's the effect of energy. Certain things were started without us knowing why, but they help us. So why not? Okay? So that's how our thoughts affect us and our energies affect us. Now the other powerful way that we're going to teach you how to keep your body healthy, clean, energized and recharged at all times is the meditation. It's called the meditation on twin hearts. It's a very easy meditation. It is fully guided. How many of you listen to the radio? Watch the TV. So, if you can do this, you can do the meditation. There's no excuse. Because all you have to do is listen to it and follow what is being said in that. That's all that you need to do. Okay? So this meditation is available on the iTunes store for everyone to download for themselves. Okay? What is this meditation about? It's called the Twin Hearts meditation. We all know about one heart that we have, the physical heart. But this meditation is based on energy. So we have in the center of our chest what is known as the heart chakra, or the wheel of life connected to the heart. All emotions of love for our family, our parents, our children, our society, our friends, comes from this chakra. The second heart, or the twin of the heart, is the crown chakra, or the chakra on the top of our head. When seen clairvoyantly, this is identical to this in the center, which is what is known as the twin hearts. The crown chakra is the center for divine love. Love for everything created by God or by a higher power. You don't even need to believe in God. As long as you believe there's a higher power, there's a higher energy, that's what you connect to from here. So you could hear, we all come from different countries. You could hear about a totally different alien country you've never been to, you don't know anybody there. You hear about a disaster there. What does it make us feel? At least for a few moments, you feel sad and you bless them and you pray for them. That love comes from here. Okay? You hear about the whales being killed, we feel bad. That love comes from here because we are not related to the whales. Yet, we are connected to the plants, to the animals, and to every human being on earth through this connection. Okay? So in this meditation, we work on the heart center and the crown center. What does it mean? So when the meditation starts, our teacher, Master Choa, so it's in his voice, he will say, connect your tongue to the palate, which we've been doing through the day today, so we know how to do it. This is to complete the energy circuit in our body. That is one way of making sure when you're in India, to keep your space. We totally understand what you mean because when we go out, we say, this is too relaxed. There's no one, you can enjoy your space at all. But I guess we are used to living with so many people. But the minute you connect your tongue to the palate, the flow of energy in your energy body increases many-fold. It makes it stronger and outside intrusions will not affect you. The only sad part is you can't keep your tongue connected when you want to talk. Okay? So, our tongue, we need to connect our tongue to the palate. Then the teacher will say, focus on your heart, think of a happy event. The moment we think of a happy event, this chakra starts radiating the happiness in our aura. Like we felt the energy of happiness, it makes our energy body lighter and brighter. Okay? Then we will say, focus on your crown, think of another happy event. Raise your hands at chest level with your palms facing outwards like this. Visualize a small earth in front of you, the size of a small ball. And we will continue to bless the earth throughout the meditation. The meditation is, Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. A lot of you would know it as the prayer of Saint Francis of Assisi. So that's what we use for the meditation, because it's ideal to allow us to be instrumental in allowing that energy to flow through us. When that energy flows through us, it heals us first before it even reaches the earth. So we continue with blessing the earth. Then at one point he'll say, put your hands down, visualize a point of light on the top of your head. We all read comic books growing up, right? When somebody gets a genius idea, what do they show? Light bulb. Literally, it's the light bulb here. This is where we anchor ourselves as souls. We as people are anchored here in consciousness. So you keep your attention to this light and the mantra Om will be chanted. You can chant Om, Amen, Amin, whatever. They are all same. So for different countries, there are different versions available. In India, we use Om. In all the Middle Eastern countries, the Amin version is available. In the Christian countries, we have the Amen version available online. The chanting of the mantra will bring in a lot of thoughts. Remember the thoughts in your aura? They all begin to surface. They all want to be heard right then. All you need to do is say, you know what, I've been told to concentrate here right now. I'll deal with you later. Don't fight it. Don't try to say, oh, I don't want to think of this. It will just entangle you more with the thought. Just always bring yourself back to the point of light. After the Om mantra, there is a period of silence for 3 minutes. And the teacher will say, let go. Let go means 3 minutes vacation time, all for yourself. Forget about everyone, everything. Just be where your soul takes you, point. After the 3-minute break is over, he'll say return to your body now. Move your fingers, move your toes to bring us back into body consciousness. Raise your hands again at chest level, visualize the earth, and we will release all the excess energy back to the earth. After the releasing of the excess energy, you will say be aware of the base of your spine and the soles of your feet. Visualize roots of light going deep down. We've seen trees, we see how they are rooted. Trees have physical roots, human beings have energy roots, which is why we feel grounded. All of you who are here in India for the first time and have come for the conference, when you ground yourself here, suddenly after today you will think you are at home. Because wherever we ground, we start feeling a sense of familiarity. It's like, you know how they say, everyone's happier at home? You will experience that state. Which is a tip, whenever you're traveling, go and ground yourself in that city. You just have everyone help you around, guiding you, helping you, because you're grounded there. It's like literally the earth starts helping you. The soil of the land will start helping you. Okay? So we will ground after the meditation, and we will end with a prayer of thanksgiving to the Supreme Being and to all the spiritual teachers who have helped us through this process. which is what we also start with. It's not a religious meditation. It is not based on any religion or any culture. It is purely a meditation to help us connect to ourselves within and to bless the earth, heal the earth. The miracles of the meditation are brilliant. One, and first and foremost, it will bring you peace because it removes, takes away negative thoughts from our aura. It keeps us healthier. People who do regular Twin Hearts meditation fall sick much less just doing the meditation. Okay? You have psychological benefits of peace, no stress. Like the world can be shaking up around you and you will say, okay, I can deal with this. Because you have no energy. We've all been through school. If we are given a problem in, let's say, grade 1, it's a problem, right? We've been given a problem exam. Whatever questions are asked are difficult for us when we are that old. But let's say you come to grade 12 and someone gives you a question paper with grade 1 questions. What do you say? This is no problem. That's what happens when we do the Twin Hearts regularly. From here, our energy goes here. So every problem, every situation in life is just far easier to deal with. It doesn't feel like a problem anymore. Okay? So are we ready for the meditation? So he has a bit of a Chinese accent. We always tell people you're connecting to yourself. Don't worry if you don't understand him. Slowly he grows on. Sure. You can, and this can be done on the chairs. You don't have to sit on the floor for the meditation. Can you hear it? Everybody? Loud and clear? Okay.
This is Master Hua Ko Sui.
So we need to keep our eyes closed throughout the meditation to enjoy it to the fullest.
Let us invoke for divine blessing.
Just keep your hands open. Yeah.
To the Supreme God, to my spiritual teacher, to all the spiritual teachers, holy masters, all the saints, holy angels, spiritual helpers, and all the great ones. We humbly invoke for divine guidance, divine love, for illumination, for divine oneness, divine bliss, divine health, and divine protection. We thank you in full faith. Connect your thumb to your father. Recall a happy event. Take your time. Re-experience the exquisite feeling of sweetness, of tenderness, and of love. You are smiling. You are filled with love and happiness. Very gently and lovingly, smile at your heart center. Your heart center is a being of love. Gently and lovingly smile at your heart. Say words of love and sweetness to your heart. Wait for the response. Can you feel your heart center responding with love, with joy and bliss? The feeling is fantastic. Recall another happy event. Re-experience this happy event. Smile at your crown center. Your crown center is a being of divine love. Say words of love to this being of divine love. Lovingly and gently smile at your crown center. Wait for the response. Can you feel your crown center responding with divine love and divine sweetness? We are going to bless the earth with loving kindness. We will be using the prayer of Saint Francis of Assisi. Raise your hands with your hands facing outward. Imagine the earth in front of you, the size of a small ball. Be aware of your heart and silently repeat after me. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Feel the inner peace within you. Allow yourself to be a channel for divine peace. Feel the peace within you. Let it flow through your arms, through your hands. Gently and lovingly share this peace with the small earth in front of you. Feel the peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Feel the love within you. Allow yourself to be a channel for divine love. Feel this love within you. Feel this love flowing from your heart to your arms and to your hands, going to the small earth in front of you. Bless the earth with peace and with love. Where there is injury, pardon. Allow yourself to be a channel for divine forgiveness, divine reconciliation. Bless the earth with the spirit of forgiveness, the spirit of reconciliation. Let there be understanding, harmony, and peace. Where there is despair, hope, doubt, faith. Allow yourself to be a channel for divine hope and divine faith. Bless the earth with hope and with faith. Bless people who are having a difficult time. Bless them with hope and with faith. you can make it. Bless them with divine hope, with divine faith, with divine strength. Blessings speak to all. Where there is darkness, light, sadness, joy. Allow yourself to be a channel for divine light and divine joy. Bless the entire earth with light and joy, especially people who are sad, people who are in pain, people who are depressed. Fill them with light and joy. Be aware of your crown, the center of the crown. Imagine the small earth in front of you, and silently repeat after me. From the heart of God, let the entire earth be blessed with loving kindness. Feel the divine love and the divine kindness. Let the entire earth be blessed with great joy and happiness, with understanding, harmony and divine peace, with goodwill and the will to do good. Imagine people are not only talking about doing something good, but actually acting out this goodness. Blessings be to all. Will work your heart, your crown, simultaneously. Imagine the earth in front of you. From the heart of God, let the entire earth, let every person, every being be blessed with divine love and kindness. Imagine golden light from your hands going down to the entire earth, filling the whole earth with light, with love. From the heart of God, let every person, every being be blessed with divine sweetness, with divine joy, with warmness, tenderness, with inner healing, with inner beauty, with divine bliss, with divine oneness with all. Gently put your hands down. Imagine a brilliant star on your crown. Look at it gently and lovingly. And silently chant the mantra Om. Lovingly meditate on the brilliant star and simultaneously chant the mantra Om. Be aware of the mantra Om. Meditate on the interval or stillness between the two Oms. While meditating on the interval or stillness between the two Oms, this brilliant light. At the interval between the two Om, there is stillness. Be aware of the stillness and be lovingly aware of the brilliant star or the brilliant light on your crown. And let go. Continue with your meditation. Relax and let go. Very gently return to your body. Gently return to your body now. Gently move your fingers. Raise your hands on the chest level with your palms outward. Imagine the earth again. We are going to release the excess energy. Let the entire earth be blessed with divine light, divine love, and divine power. Let the whole earth be blessed with peace, order, spirituality, abundance, and prosperity. Let every person, every being be blessed with happiness, with good health, with spirituality, and abundance. Blessings be to all. Now gently be aware of the base of your spine and your feet. Imagine life going down into the earth, 3 meters or 10 feet. Suddenly, let Mother Earth be blessed with divine light, divine love, divine power. Let Mother Earth be blessed. Let Mother Earth be regenerated. Blessings be to Mother Earth. To the Supreme God, we thank you for your divine blessing. To my spiritual teacher, all the spiritual teachers, all the masters, all the saints, all the angels, spiritual helpers, and all the great ones, we thank you all for your great, great blessings. Thank you. You may gently open your eyes with a big, big smile.
Just massage your head, arms, back, liver, back, legs. How's everyone feeling? Would anyone of you like to share your experience? How many of you are feeling like you've woken up from a sleep? Great, like we told you, 8-hour sleep cycle, and that's medically proven. It balances your left and right brain as well. So it helps us focus, helps our brain cells get activated more, which is why people who do the meditation on Twin Hearts regularly pretty much work on the brain cells which make them geniuses, out of the ordinary, solutions to problems and situations in life. So we hope you had a good time. And are there any questions? Different meditations have different effects. This particular meditation is not just for ourselves, it is also to heal the world. So it helps us generate tremendous amount of good luck, good karma, because we are going out of ourselves to help heal the world. So the blessings it brings back to us are many, many fold. Secondly, it's a very easy thing to do. You just saw. So we call it a one finger illumination technique. Press play, that's it. No, we create a special energy equipment to take care of the dirty energy. They're not dumping it there. They're taking care of it. Okay? Who all would you salt water bowl? At home you use the salt water bowl to disintegrate the same thing. Who all would like to experience the free healing, so we can just plan? Come, please, whoever would like can come up ahead. Again, come. Sure.
Edit or a backdate or anything?
We can do it outside. Sheila, Vanita, start. You have to learn how to shield it. Otherwise, the other option is to keep your tongue to the palate, which makes your aura stronger to keep outside intrusions. Then take a salt water bath every day. Yeah. Shield it. You will have to learn, take the workshop to learn how to shield. That's not something that can be taught just like that because you have to first understand the concept of healing. To see, ask them, yes.
From experience healing, we are doing free healing. We are doing demonstrations for healing. Nidhi, the one in the white suit. Nidhi.
One second, we are having the space outside and it's whoever wants a session. Why don't you explain on the
The session has been cancelled. Oh no. Yeah, sorry for inconvenience. Nice, huh? Yeah. It's a good topic. Madam, 245. 245. હા બરોબર કહી દો 245 નામાં એક જ ચાલમાં કોટા હા હા બે ને ઓલમોસ્ટ 2:15 જેવું થવા આવ્યું છે 2:15 2:20
ये भरतलाल मीना वाला है और कहाँ
આપણે એને મેલ કરી કાઢ્યો છે મેમ હા 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 हाँ हाँ अच्छा उनका सेशन यहाँ पर नहीं है ओके अब भरतलाल मीना नो वर्ड तो वर्ड में जाए कोई बात नहीं हाँ બસ એને એન્યુઅલ જોઈને ખાલી જોઈ લો એ લગભગ એનો મેલમાં રિપ્લાય કરી દો બરાબર
सर आप ये क्या प्लीज थोड़ा हेल्प करो ना प्लीनरी सेशन का आवाज मिलता है बाकी सब मिल गया प्लीनरी का
मेरे को भी अब एक
हाँ
स्पीच दे रहे हैं उनका और ढूंढने
हाँ तो તમે અત્યારે તમે શાંતિ જમી લો 2:30 ને લગભગ એને આવી જશે અંદર જે રિપ્લાય કર્યો છે ઓકે ચલો
यहाँ पे अवार्ड्स रखे थे ना
मैम वो निकिता मैम ने मंगवा लिए थे, कोई आकर के लेके गया।
રૂમ પેક કરવાનું કીધું છે આપણે બીજી હોટલમાં કે ખબર નહીં બીજે ક્યાંક જવાનું છે. ચાલો
તો કોણે કીધું છે?
જમવાનું હતું તો છોડીને આવી છું, મને ક્યાંય ખાવાનું લેટ મળે. ચાલો સવાર ના કરો અને ઉપાથી જાઓ. નિકિતા મેમને એકવાર ફોન કરી કન્ફર્મ કરી દો. આમ તો ન્યૂઝ સાચા જ છે, કહેવામાં આવ્યું છે. પાર્ટી પેલા સર હતા ને બ્લેક એ કહેવા આવ્યા હતા, ખબર નહીં એમનું નામ શું છે. એ કે સાચું કહે છે. બરાબર કરો. તો સામાન ક્યાં રાખીએ? પૂનમ મેમને ફોન કરશો? હાથ ધોવા બાકી છે.
ઉભારો ઉભારો.
આ શું છે એમાં?
તમને કીધું એ તમને ખબર છે ને, એ લોકો વાત ભરોસો નહીં કરવાનો.
ના એ સાચું કહે છે.
બધાને નહીં કીધું, હા અમુક ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટને કીધું છે.
બધાને કીધું.
તો કોણે કીધું તમને?
નિકિતાને ફોન કરતી. ચલો આપણે નિકિતાને વાત કરીએ. ચાલો
કોઈની સામે પૂછવા નહીં જવું.
પણ મેમ પછી બીજે આપણને જે રહી જશે યાર. પૂનમ મેમ
અહીંયા રહી જશે.
પહેલા પૂનમ મેમ મળવો તો જોઈએ ને. ચલો પૂનમ મેમને પૂછી જોઈએ.
ના મળે તો એમની રિસ્પોન્સિબિલિટી, આપણી થોડી છે બધી રિસ્પોન્સિબિલિટી.
રાજકોટનું કે મેં પહેલા જ જમી લેવા જેવું હતું. ઈ નહીં થાય. એક તો પેલા ભરતલાલને આવવાનું નતું, એનો અવોર્ડ મગાવી લીધો એટલે એને બરોબર આપી દે.
એને પ્લેનરી સેશનમાં અવોર્ડ હા તો મેડમ ત્યાં સુધી આપણે ના કેમ
હા પૂનમ મેમને તો પૂછે ચલો તો ખરા
સેશન ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટ એ ના કરી શકે તમને ખબર છે
પણ એ સેશન ના જ છે મેમ
એ સેશન ના નથી
હા
અરે હશે તો શું થયું
મેમ ચલો
આવ છું 1 મિનિટ
Yes, I have a USB. Yes. Ma'am, you said I will upload your PPT in my laptop. It's 225. It's for emergency actually. I will upload your PPT. I will come in within 10 minutes.
I went into my room, moved everything out of my purse. Yes, it is here. It says in okay or something. You want me to check? What? You want me to check the name for the presentation because I added something else and I just want to make sure.
Fine, fine.
How old are you?
Fine.
How old are you?
Huh?
How old are you? 20, 19, your age.
How old? Okay. 24.
You're so young. You look very, very young. You look like you are 15.
Oh. Actually, Actually, I am faculty and I am teaching postgraduate students. You are right. My students are not considering it.
It happens like that, yes.
You can meet in a cafe.
I will go, that's okay. Sure.
And I will come to party. Huh?
Okay, I can leave this here, right? The material here.
You take it because you are.
You never know.
245 na? Baratlal Meena sir.
No. He is not going to come, no?
His name is Baratlal Meena. Just you check once.
हाँ तो उनको वो तो नहीं आने वाले थे ना?
Hey,
हाँ?
he's coming.
He's coming?
Yeah.
What? हमें तो रूम पैक करके जाने को बोला है।
Who told?
निकिता मैम। ये सब क्या और नेक्स्ट सेशन के मैम आ गए जिनका 2:45 से शुरू होने वाला है।
At what time? Your now time is?
2:26। उनका सेशन सर इतने बजे का थोड़े था। सर उनका सेशन था। अरे नाम बोला ना? हाँ उनका नाम आंटी ऐड हुआ था। यहाँ पे 1:35 to 2:35। मैम जल्दी रूम ऊपर आओ। मैम ना एक જ મિનિટ હું તમને અર્જન્ટ વાત કહું છું હાલો હા ભરતલાલ મીના લેક્ચર લેવા આવે છે અને આપલા કોટા જે નેક્સ્ટ સેશનની સ્પીકર છે એ બી આવી ગઈ છે તો રૂમ પેક કરવા ક્યારે જઈશું જલ્દી
મેડમ પૂનમ મેડમ એ જ કહે છે સેશન કોણ હેન્ડલ કરશે એ તો બધું કે બધું કામ કોણ કરશે
My VC madam just now told just to go urgently go to hall number 11. Other message is coming like that.
મેમ ભરત સર આવે છે
તો શું કરવાનું
That
मैम सर ये जो नेक्स्ट सेशन की स्पीकर है ना वो भी पीपीटी दे के गई है उसको क्या जवाब दें नहीं अब रहने दीजिए आने दीजिए उनको
हाँ तो 5 મિનિટ માં પૂરું કરશો મેમ પૂનમ મેડમ એ જ કહે છે કે એ સેશન આ બધાનું ચાલે છે
ये लोगों ने कहीं जीपी हुआ
હું સામાન કઈ રીતે ભેગું થાય ના ખોલું જાઓ અને એને એમ બી કહી દેજો કે મેડમ બંનેમાંથી એકે બસ સહી નથી નેક્સ્ટ સેશન છે ખબર છે ઠીક છે પેલો સેશન કોણ હેન્ડલ કરશે નથી એવું તો પોસિબલ નથી પૂનમ મેડમ આ જ કહેતા હતા બિહાર
इसके पहले वाले सेशन में कौन आया था? Who came this session before this?
इसके पहले वाले अभी के सेशन
NGO 135 to 235.
No one is there.
Okay, because we were given that it is at 245.
Ma'am, what is your name?
See this iconic transformational leaders in NGO speak.
Yeah.
100th session.
हाँ.
That is supposed to be at 245, right?
No, ma'am. 135 to 235.
But then they've given this today.
Ma'am, actually the session completes at this place, and afterwards this 245 to 345 will continue from here.
Oh, so nobody came.
No.
Fine. Were there people? Were there people?
No.
Which hall number is this?
11, ma'am.
11.
We have the list of the hall numbers.
Oh, no, sir.
For this.
Actually, if you don't have that list of hall number, you can just go to the speakers list. There only the screen will be there.
Speakers list this way.
Yes, sir. That is go straight on that side. This will be there.
Hello. This is room 11?
Yeah.
This is where the presentation
Yeah.
is. There was another row.
For presentation?
Yes, it's already.
That is over there. Must be this DGB final, right?
Yes.
This one.
Yes.
Okay.
it? Oh no, you can come. Thank you so much. Oh, for later. Thank you.
Anyone else was coming? No, no, no. Just only you are the lead speaker and you will get 15 minutes.
Because yesterday I was supposed to be a facilitator of the program, and the other two never showed up. And there are so many rooms, and most of the rooms are like every lecture, there are like 5 people, 6 people, whereas
Oh, this is lunch time.
I'm gonna try to buy some other kind of clothes, something really simple, not very fancy or anything like that. And then something to go to Canada. Is that okay?
That is
Time market?
hand market. That is also okay. And if you go for the simple one also, then you should go for cheap cannot miss. Yeah, that is also very good.
Yeah, I think they.
And eventually, if you want a brand, you can have a Biba. Yeah. They are providing a pure
CP's corner.
cannot place, yes.
And the brand again?
Biba,
Brand,
yes.
right brand, and then.
Yeah.
Because I like company that is very. It's been crabbing here. It's good because they are not heavy to bring into the plane. How long does it take from the taxi to see the taxi from here?
How many years? 3 years. How many years? No.
How many hours? No.
Minutes it
Time
will take.
from the taxi to there.
One hour. If a traffic is there. And if it is not there, because are not there, then you will reach.
What time do they close?
10 o'clock, 11. 10 o'clock. Eva and family. These two are providing a very simple thing, which is
So one for sure.
These brands may be available in US and Canada, also they're from
Mexico.
Mexico.
They always ask me if I need them or What's your work in Delhi? You work in Delhi?
No. I'm from Ahmedabad, Gujarat. And I'm assistant professor in history.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. We are running an NGO.
Community foundation, okay, which is a different kind of nonprofit that we don't run projects. We support the community who wants to start a project, receive the funding, and we also gather the pieces together.
Right.
Different from the usual.
So you put the money into a community fund for a community good.
Right.
But for us, it has been quite difficult because of corruption. The idea that what would you do with the money?
Right.
For the history of Mexico.
Okay.
We are organizers. Ma'am, should I start live screening? Okay, then go.
The live screen is that on the website.
Ma'am, it is on only. Hmm. Hmm. Done.
चलो फटाफट यार सेशन जो बच्चा था ना हमारे के सामने देखने का ये मत ये नहीं कर दी चल ले चालू ले लो
Yes.
Your name is?
Alma.
Alma. What do you do, Alma?
I want.
Yes, sir. Shall we start with the session?
Please, please go ahead. We'll talk about it.
One minute, huh?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir. We are going to start the session. Ma'am is Alma Kota, and she is going to deliver this session today. Okay.
Well, I work for a community foundation. The concept in Mexico is rather new. It means you gather money, public or private, mostly private, to be put for the good of the community, for the community needs. That means that no one behind a desk will make a decision where the money should go, which I strongly believe is the reason so much money is lost in the world. A lot of money is put into efforts that someone decides what is needed somewhere else, instead of going into the community and asking the community, what do you need, how much it is. So the presentation today is about gathering private funding for organizations that work within the community for the community. There's a little bit of public funding in this example that we're going to provide. Those are all the different organizations that have supported us. And we have decided to stop calling the organizations and the work charity. Charity means begging, means you know more, you have more, and thank you very much for giving this to me. No, we want people to think of themselves not as donors, but as investors. We want them to believe that social investment is good, not only for those who are the immediate recipients of the funding, but for the community as a whole.
Yes, sure.
So we call this local solutions for local problems because we are a border town with the US. Exactly, there is a line in the middle. We are actually called, both communities have shared the same name, Nogales. Nogales, Sonora on the Mexican side, Nogales, Arizona on the USA side. So when it was easier before September 11 to have a visa, it was easier to cross, less time waiting. People used to go to the States for everything, from milk to doctors to everything. Nogales is a very small town on the Mexican side, well, close to 500,000 maybe now, but the one on the USA side is 30,000. It's a very, very small town. But still there is a lot of access to education, health, etc. So once the lines started getting very long to cross after September 11, people at some point stopped blaming others. I always said that we used to blame as Mexican culture God, fate, corruption, malpractices, government, poverty as being the guilty one. Especially in the case of disabled children, for example, myths were a big part of it. Because I went out during the full moon, because I didn't go out during the full moon, because I didn't wear a red cloth, etc., etc. So we have gathered a very strong network of specialists, physicians, PhDs, etc., to explain to the community what that disability is in order to move for education. The other thing is that local grassroots groups, after community organizing programs, have developed their own solutions. They just need the money. Sometimes we think getting money is very difficult now. The difficult part is finding the solution for the problem. And number one, to start and think if there is a problem. Sometimes there's not a problem, it's just the lack of law practices, the lack of a building. But the big problem is deciding if you have a problem and then deciding what that solution is. And then we will seek the funding. We will gather the community, public and private resources to solve that problem. And the other thing, financing them is phase 3, and maybe the easier part. Part number 1 is coming to terms to define the problem, and number 2, finding the solution. This is our actual town. The one on the left side is US. The one on the right side is Mexico. And
you already have a wall.
yes, that's the Trump wall.
That's what I thought.
That's what Trump wants to make 3 times higher with Mexican money. It's becoming a joke at this moment. We'll see once November comes and we'll see what happens. But this is a very interesting momentum for us working on the Mexican side because we are being put on the spot around the world because of this. This is the oldest part of the city. In the pictures from the early 1900s, you will only see literally a small door frame made of wood, nothing else. And people will come and go all day long.
Sorry.
I'm having a case of an allergy. Thank you. So this is one of the projects that we have started to work with very young people at age 12. We asked the children in that middle school, what do they need? And they said, we want to make the world cleaner. Well, we cannot make the world cleaner, but you can make your area cleaner. And they decided which part of the city they wanted to support. Of course, it's the neighborhood where they live, and it's very close to their school. This is the project they dreamed. This is what they wanted it to be.
12-year-old
Children, boys and girls. They measure the area by hand, saying this is what we need. They call a few stores and say how much is the meter of steel so we can make the covers. We let them do everything. They are so young that they cannot even cash a check. There was no way you could give them the donation, so we told them, we will figure it out. You decide what you need and what you want and what you want it to look like. So this is how the park was. This is one of the children cleaning up. They say the bad guys have taken over. You know, the bad guys is the drug dealers, the people who dropped out of school and are making the neighborhood very nervous after dark. There was no light. So the area to play was just a dust area with no equipment there, and the little bit of equipment there was for the children, it was in such a bad condition that it was a health hazard for them. So this is the group of students that we were supporting at the very beginning. The girl was this tall when she was 12. She's almost as tall as I am. The boys, they're half a meter taller than I am now. They're into high school right now. They are 16. It's been 4 years since this project started. And we brought the media for them to let the community know what they were doing. And we brought one of our students. In Mexico, it's mandatory that you do 480 hours of social service before you graduate from university. So we use all the students to provide the training. We train the students and the students train the grassroots groups. This is how the park looks after. Can you go back to the other one? This is what it was like. This is what they wanted it to be. You see the swings and the trees and everything. So a little bit less. So this is what it ended up.
Transformation, absolutely.
Yes, close to $7,000 from the local maquilas. The local maquilas are the factories, the U.S. factories on the Mexican side, where they manufacture the goods and then they are exported into the U.S. Most of the children, families who work for the factories. So there is no way that the neighborhood could pay for this. And also, when you see the 12 and 13-year-old working into this, you really believe in the project. There's no corruption with a 12-year-old. They will never handle the money. So when they first started doing this, you can see the homes, those are all workers' homes. They started, cleaning, and so a lot of the people will come and say, well, I have 20 minutes, I can help you clean for 20 minutes, and then I had to go to work. So it became a truly community-owned project. And when they finished, one of the girls looked at the other and said, can we start another one in another area where I live? So at this moment, we're currently working on the third project from these very young students when they were 12. And this is how it's going to look. I'm going to go back 2 minutes for them to know. We were talking about this morning about the project with the young people, remember, in your presentation? I just want to go back really fast. This is what it was like in in the park area for the community, for the neighborhoods of maquila workers, which are factories based on the Mexican side, and the goods to be exported. The children who were in 8th grade at that moment draw what they wanted the park to look like, and they had to measure how many meters they needed of steel, etc., etc. We let them decide what they wanted, what they needed, and how much would it cost. So we moved into training them financially and into community organizing, which is very close to what you said. Okay, and this is what the park looked afterwards. This is all financed by the Maquila Association, which 80% of the people who live there work for maquilas. What we do as a community foundation is we gather public and private funding for common good. But we have seen that most of the projects fail around the world because someone behind a desk is making decisions on what the park should look like. Those children said, you know what, the little ones have no place to play. This area is owned by the bad guys, the cartel people, the dropouts from school. We want a place where we can be safe. And this gate is not only to keep the children safe from people from coming outside, but to keep them from running after the ball. If the ball goes out of the park, the child will run after the park and a car or a bus will get. Well, there will be an accident. So the gate is mostly to keep, the fence is mostly to keep the balls within the park. There is another part of a lot of what we do. We have moved from charity to social investment. In between there is what is philanthropy. At the beginning, 13 years ago, we were doing philanthropy. We don't want to do philanthropy anymore. Our grandparents did charity. We want to move and do social investment. When you make an investment, you want a return on your investment, the revenue. The revenue here is a safer, healthier, and happier community for everyone. For a community that is known all over the world about Trump, about the wall, about the fence, about drug issues, etc. That's 5% of what goes on. But it's a shadow over the positive 95%. So we want to bring the new generation, the ones that are 12, 13 years old, to think differently, to have a different approach. Say, oh, you live in Nogales. Oh, that's so dangerous. Yes, but we're making a small change one step at a time, and really letting those very young people make decisions. Decision making is the key here. It's not money. This is not about funding. There's a lot of money around. Millions of dollars on the USA side, millions of pesos on the Mexican side, and somehow there's no impact. And there's no impact because the community organizing was non-existent. Someone from behind a desk in Washington, D.C. or in Mexico City decided what the parks should look like. You have to take into consideration if it's very cold, if it's very warm. Our state is probably the hottest state in the country. If you have metal slides and everything, children cannot run on that. It's burning hot. It has to be plastic or it has to be covered by something else. So the concept of investing into the community in a different age range has really proven right. Those children who are the children of the workers are finally able to make a dream come true on their own terms. Sometimes we think we need millions and zillions of dollars to make a project like this. When it comes from public funding, at least in Mexico, a lot of it, a third of it will be lost on the way, somehow. Oh, sorry, I missed the other one. The concept of social investment. This is a group of TDAH moms, attention deficit disorder. What they have seek is very little support from the public health system. It has just been like 2 years, in the last 2 years, that the health system has recognized ADD as a illness, as a disease that has to be medication given to them. Most of the people do not have private insurance. They have public insurance from the health system, and yes, you are entitled to the medicine, but we don't have it. So yes, we have diagnosed your disease, but we cannot treat it. So at some point, the families are faced into the situation of, do we buy groceries this week or do we buy the medicine? So as a group, it's easier for us to support it. We do not support individuals. We do not support one family that has one child. We train the families to come into the media, to come to the social media and say, this is who we are, this is our needs. Do you have a child that behaves like ours? You might not know it, but is he always the spunked child? Is he always the bullied child? This is it. So people start gathering into our offices, or we go into their communities, into their homes, to train them on how to do community organizing projects. And this picture, I had to change a lot of the pictures yesterday because they were so happy me being here that they sent me the pictures from their last fundraising. This is their last fundraising this past weekend. This is a flea market, and they have been asking for the community for used goods to sell. So when you were doing your spring cleaning, I put all my clothes away and said, here they are. So they had a fundraising event. This is how they fund the group for medicines. They are entitled to medicines? Checked. State government should provide the medicines? Checked. It is recognized, ADD? Checked. Do you have the medicine? No. How do we close that circle? When we started, before you arrived, we were talking about moving from charity into social investment. children who have been diagnosed with ADD are more prone to become addicts. So instead of putting a lot of money into rehab centers, let's put the money into the group of parents that are dealing with the situation. The doctors will support them pro bono. The doctors will come into their meetings once a week to let them know the news, but the doctor cannot provide the medicine for each one. We have to seek the funding until the money comes. So what's the next step? This is the newest grassroots group we are supporting. They can make the decision to become a nonprofit, which means they have to be tax deductible, do their tax returns, blah, 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 or stay as a grassroots group for as long as they need, a year, 2 years, 3 years, and we will support them. We will be their financial bridge for tax deduction invoices and things like that for social investors, previously known as donors. So this kind of groups are the groups that are really changing the face of the community because they are deciding what's best for them and how much they need to solve it. This is the old versus the new approach. At the beginning of my presentation, I was saying that at some point we, as Mexicans, got tired of blaming. It was, oh, we have such a bad luck. God is to blame. Fate, I have such blah, blah, blah. The Americans took half of the land. At some point, someone said, enough. We're not getting anywhere by blaming. So a lot of what we do is come to terms to accept our community, our border reality, and saying, this is what it is. This is ADD, we now have a name for it. Let's move forward. So the old approach, blame the government, blame poverty, there is a lack of specialists in the community. For example, for those with Alzheimer's, we will see later, there's no geriatric doctor. There's no, so what do? We'll see a little bit later. We cannot bring someone and hire someone and put it here into the public system, but there are over 100 things we can do to fix it. Not enough, if any, support from the public education system, health insurance, public health system, and the medication and community acceptance. Going back to the not enough, if any, support from the public education system, we can be the bad guys. We as the community foundation, this can be the bad guy of the picture. Why? Because I don't have a child, and I don't have to deal with the principal of the school. I don't have public job. I don't have to have my pretty face saying thank you to the mayor every morning. I'm in the middle of everything. So what do? When one of the children, the Down syndrome child or the ADD child, is rejected from school, rejected in a way that they cannot reject it officially because it's against the law, but they can just put him in a corner, and the parents will say, you know what, my child is like another chair in the room. He can pee on himself and the teacher won't let him go out. And then he becomes bullied by peeing on himself and blah, blah, blah. So what do? We gather the media. We have a very close relationship with the media. 20 years ago in Mexico, the media will only publish what they were allowed to publish. Now with social media, we tell the reporters, we don't need you. We will post it right away on lifetime, and it's up to you to have your paper empty or your radio time empty. We don't need you. You need us. That community approach has opened the conversation saying, I understand that you cannot cover our presentations because we don't pay you. We will never pay you. We don't need to pay you. So after 10 years of doing this, the media really comes to us when we call them. We have every personal number from the reporters, the local reporters. So what do? We gather them, we gather the ADD moms, and we say, well, would you please tell them that some schools, we're not naming anyone, are not accepting the children. You don't want to be that principal tomorrow. You don't want to be that teacher. We just let the community know, and the government, the public education system know that some schools are not taking the children here. And if they are taking them, they are putting them in a corner. By next morning, 8 a.m., we will have a call from the education secretary say, where is this happening? I will give you the mom's number, but please be very careful because we don't want this mother to be bullied by the other teachers, etc. This is a community issue. This is not about Roberto or about Miguel. This is about the ADD or the Asperger or the autistic or the Down syndrome community. It's not the child. It's the whole community, the whole family around them. So the new approach is join the group. Join a grassroots group. If you don't have one, make it happen. We will help you. You can use our phone, you can use our car, we will call people, etc. We will let the community know what you're looking for. But do not expect support for you. We will never have enough checks for as many Robertos or as many Miguels or Juanitas that we have in the community. Find specialists through social media and the web. The autistic parents found a PhD autistic doctor 10 years ago through social media. The friend of a friend of a friend. He was hired by local government and paid for 3 years to stay in Nogales and develop a lot of the research that was needed among the autistic organization. So there's someone on the other side of the web waiting to be hired, waiting to be listened to, waiting to let us know all the information they have. We just have to click to connect. Make a budget. When you are under the level of poverty, it's very difficult to make a budget. We call it in Mexico to live day by day. In the States is paycheck to paycheck. Sometimes there's not even a paycheck to paycheck week. It's about how much money you make today selling newspapers or in a taco stand. So making a budget with very little is still making a budget. The budget can have as many zeros as possible. If it is a federal budget, you get lost in the sea of zeros. And you come to terms and you say, excuse me, how much of those zeros were put into the special education system? Because we got nothing. So don't tell me you put this amount of millions into the country. I just want to know how much of that money was into our community. If every community has the courage to stand up and say things like that. Because in my parents' age, you wouldn't dare. No one would print it. Right now, anyone who is in high school, elementary school, middle school, can take a picture and post it. There we go. That's the new way of democracy. Seek alliances. We cannot do this by yourself. You will never survive by yourself. We have to be strong. So, for those of you who arrived a little bit late, I was telling my one and only member at the beginning of the conference, he was right here on time, that in Mexico it's mandatory to do 480 hours of social service in order to graduate from public or private university or college. So those students and those universities need us. When I was in college many, many years ago, we would be hired by the governmental offices and make us serve coffee and do copies, etc. for our social service hours. And at some point they would say, get out, I will sign any papers that you need. Not anymore. Many of the specialists we have now, the autistic specialists, were students 7 years ago that were taking it to do their 480 hours. And then they became so good that they were hired. So the nonprofits are now creating jobs. That's the full circle. You cannot beg forever. When you are a nonprofit in Mexico and many other countries, you are in the red always, and someone told us that was okay. It's not okay. If you cannot pay for your cell phone and for gas, you cannot move forward. You cannot call the people in the grassroots groups. So in order to succeed, we have to have a budget and seek alliances and come public about the illness. Whatever that illness might be. By illness, I don't only mean health issues. When there's a lot of corruption, that's an illness of the community. We have to make it better. DGB, it's grassroots development for us, Desarrollo del Grupo de Base. Manitas, this is an organization of mothers of deaf children. When you have a deaf children and you are poor, you're in trouble. If you have a deaf child but you are middle class and upper, you have a small problem. The lower you go into the income level, the bigger the problem becomes. Because the doctor, the public health system will diagnose the child as deaf. Thank you very much, we cannot provide the hearing aid. The child will have a leg amputated, or the grandmother, because of diabetes. They amputate the leg, there is no therapy, there is no prosthetic. So how do we close the full circle and make people going back to work if you don't have what it takes to go back? So this group of mothers started a group of deaf children. Manitas means little hands. At some point we thought they were always going to be little. Some of them are 20 years old and they're still called manitas, little hands. They have become so famous all over the city. They are probably the jewel of the crown regarding disabilities. This grassroots group is now supporting other parents around the country on how to deal with a deaf child when you are very poor. How do you organize yourself? How do you invite the specialists to come to you? How does special education come into the picture? How do you have people hire deaf people? With deaf people, it's a little bit easier because there are no mental issues with them. They're just deaf. And at some point, we are all going to be deaf. If we grow to be very old, at some point, many of us here are going to become deaf. So that's a reality. This group decided that they bring their children to therapy after school, and they cannot back to their home and come back. That means paying twice for the bus fare, and also losing a lot of time. With the therapy, it's an hour and a half. By the time you get home, the child is already out. So they stay around the facility. This facility is built by a piece of land that is donated by the government. We seek the building with local building constructions, and then they run it. It's theirs. All the title is in their names. We don't own anything as a community foundation. So this mother decided they wanted to take sewing classes. Why? Because there's always something to be fixed at home, and you can use that hour while the child is in therapy. All you need is the sewing machines, tables and chairs, and training, of course. So a teacher from the community was hired to provide the lessons into it. The machines were a donation from people who had an older machine and wanted to buy a new one, etc. That's how the group started. And if it's Christmas season or spring parade for children, they are all making costumes for everyone, selling them from home, earning an income. And that's because the group is very strong. It allows some of the women to be working within the facility while the child is taking therapy. And it's them who decide. It could have been anything else. They decided they wanted to do sewing, and they keep the sewing machines within the facilities. The teacher herself is from the community. The teacher is the one on the left. She takes 2 buses from where she lives to come and teach for this group. She also teaches another group that we will see later. She has developed a spine problem, very difficult problem, and one of the students said this past summer, I will take her place. I will be the teacher while she recovers. An amazing strength among the group. We didn't call them and say, you know what, we have a new teacher for you. No, they decided how they were going to manage. This is because they have been together for 3 years. But they also have a lot of new people coming on a monthly basis. We are a border town. We have a lot of people who are deported from the United States and a lot of people who are on their way north. Some of them decide they don't want to cross. It's a myth that everyone that comes to the border wants to jump over. A lot of people come to work. The other issue that we have as a community is teenage pregnancy. A lot of people ask us, is it because Mexico is Catholic? No. Birth control is free. Birth control is available. It's just bad choices. We always joke with the girls and said, did you fail biology? No, I got an A, so why did you get pregnant? It's not about not knowing the human nature of the bodies. It's about a wrong decision. So this group, everyone told them, you know what, your life is over, you will never complete anything, you are ruined, blah, blah, blah. The worst part here is that we have a large amount of grandmothers who are 30. So the grandmother was also a very young mother herself. So what do we do as a community? We saw in the papers on a daily basis, Mexico has a very high rate of teenage pregnancy. Sonora, which is our state, has a very high rate. Nogales has the highest rate. We just saw information, but we saw nothing around the community. So one of the students that was in a group doing her social work hours as my assistant, she told me, you know what, I have a friend who had a child at 16. She's graduating from college. Can we call her? Sure. So we told her the basics of community organizing. We brought the media, and she said, you know, I was a mother at 16. It was awful, but I had some support, blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden, the phone was ringing. We had 20 young girls who had children, and at this moment, it's a tragedy because we're having girls as young as 13, 14 having babies. And that has a lot to do with the house is empty. Mom is working until 6 p.m. or the night shift, and the girls are home alone, and the boys are home alone. So put a 14-year-old with a 14-year-old girl, and we have a baby at the end of 9 months. So what we have been doing, this is one of the first founders of the group. She has now remarried and has a 7-year-old boy. She was 16 when she had her first baby. We asked them, what do you want to do? What is easier for you to do? And we leave the room. We don't want them to think we want to, run the show. We leave the room, and when we come back, they say, you know what? We want to take culinary lessons, baking. Because, in Mexico, we love to celebrate birthdays and piñatas and having a lot of fun. And that means baking. So you can bake cakes and you can bake cupcakes. Then you can have a business running from home. You have to run it from home because there is no daycare for the child. The mother is so young that she cannot stop working like our grandmothers, where our grandmothers didn't work. All the grandmothers were always around taking care of all the children. But now grandmothers are 30. They still have 33 more years to work. They are not going to take care of the children. So the young woman who is 15 or 16 has to quit school to take care of the child. And by the way, the boys just disappear. It's like magic. You have a child and the father disappears. Everywhere in the States, in Mexico, everywhere. I have a son, and I tell him, well, he's old now. But I used to tell him, nothing would embarrass me more than someone chasing you for a paternity test. That's embarrassing. You have a child, you have a child. End of the story. So, I don't have a daughter, but I do fight for girls. So, this group decided this is what they wanted to do. Many of them work from home. Then they moved to doing nails. Acrylic nails. And I joke and tell them, well, you make more money than I do doing nails. They do a lot of hair coloring and stuff. They work from home. So what do? We gather a scholarship for them to complete their GD, how do you translate it? To have your high school diploma. It's 40 pesos per exam. That's like $2. But when you are working in this poverty conditions, you don't have $2 to pay for the public exams. So we gather a scholarship for them. They're working there, taking care of the children. But the most important thing this group is doing for the community, not for themselves, for the community, is we developed a program with specialists, and we recorded a video of their life of a teenage mom, starting at 6 a.m. today, ending at 6 a.m. tomorrow, 24 hours. Oh, babies are great, they smell great for 5 minutes. And one of the girls was saying, I was ready to graduate from high school. I had my math test, and when I woke up in the morning, remember, she comes from a single mother family herself. Mom is out at work. She wakes up in the morning, and the baby is screaming from earache. She couldn't graduate on time because of the earache. The other one said she had been saving to buy herself a pair of shoes. But you know what? The child got sick. So the shoes became diapers and medicine and stuff. That's the real life of a teenage mom. So this group is helping the community and helping other girls to make the right decisions. When someone who is a mother or a nun or a teacher or your pastor or the health secretary tells you not to get pregnant, it doesn't work. You have to hear it from another 16-year-old girl who got pregnant at 14 and is having a hell of a time being a mother and a student. Then you get it. So this group developed a program of 4 sessions into the middle schools and high schools. The first session is about, do you have any questions about your sexual life? So they put all the questions anonymously in envelopes. And then a local gynecologist through video answers all of these questions that you wouldn't dare ask your mother. It's awkward, the kind of questions you can hear from a 13-year-old. It was like, is she 13 or is she 45? Amazing how much they know. They just don't have anyone to answer those questions. So the gynecologist in a video, we play that video in every of the 18 public schools, middle schools and high schools. At the beginning, of course, you have to ask for funding for the psychologist and the gas and all the money that takes to run the program. Session number 3 is the video from the girl being a mother herself. And the 4th session and the end of the program is you write your dream. And one of the questions is, what do you want to be in 4 years, 5 years? None of them mentions a child in the future. And all of them say, you know what, I'm not ready to be a mother. What we're doing now is we're getting together boys and girls because we have been talking so much and in this situation right now about empowering women. But you know what, it takes 2 to make a baby. You have to bring the boy into the conversation. Do not leave the boys outside the door. It doesn't work. Do not try to educate the girl herself. Educate the guy. Educate him about domestic violence. Your grandfather hit your grandmother, your father hit your mother, she won't let you hit her. And if she won't let you hit her, then you will kill her. So let's talk about not hitting her, okay? When you're 13 and 8 and 5. Because it's been 50, 60 years of hitting. The breaking the myths. This is what we call social housing, is that the word? When the government, through your paycheck, deducts part of your salary for housing taxes, and then you're able to buy your own place. This is a 4-story building in one of the most dangerous areas of Nogales. And one of the girls we also had in our office doing her social service lived there. And when she heard all of that about community organizing and how to start a grassroots group, she said, you know what, I'm going to bring my neighbors because we have developed this program where we clean our building. It's the only clean building in the neighborhood. We have some flowers outside, and each families from each floor clean every Sunday. And if you're not going to be around, you call your friend from the second floor and say, you know what, I'm not going to be here next Monday. Can you do my work and I will do it the next week, blah, blah, blah. So they came, we provided all the information. It was going to be a small fund, like 10,000 pesos. It was $1,000 at that moment to buy more plastic gloves, more plastic bags, etc. So we left the room, we explained how to make a budget, etc. We come back 3 hours later and there's a woman who raises her hand and she says, you know what, we're not taking the money. We don't need the grant because in Mexico, whenever you have money, there are problems. We are okay the way we are. We will continue to provide our own rooms and our own plastic bags, blah, blah, blah. And we will continue with community organizing ourselves without money from the foundation. That was one of the biggest lessons of my life. Not every community program needs money. They said no because we have never had a problem among us. We don't want to have a problem. Lesson learned. The other one, the grieving group. You might have heard about the violence on Mexican border towns in the last few years. Awful violence. Every family in every neighborhood had a child killed, a husband killed, and they had no place to mourn, to grieve. Why? Because you were, oh, that's the family where they killed their son. Oh, that's the father. Those are the children whose father was killed during the drug issue that happened last night, blah, blah, blah. So those families came to a Catholic church, not being Catholic, all of them, and said, we need help. So the nuns called us and said, do you have a way of starting a grieving group? And I said, yes, it's exactly the same thing. All of these groups work under the idea of the AA groups for Alcoholical Anonymous. AA for yes. Only an autistic mother can talk to an autistic mother. Only a pregnant teenage child can talk to another one. So this grieving group started like this. The first year it was only for parents who had lost a child. We couldn't say if your child was killed, by the way. No, we wouldn't stigmatize the group. Anyone who had a child, whose child had died, whose son. We had from suicide to diabetes to accidents to everything. And the most important thing is that an anesthesiologist, a doctor, came into the group and said he was more familiar than anyone with death. He was the one in charge of coming out of the surgery room, telling the family, you know what, your family member did this. But when his son died, there was no way he could find comfort. So he became part of that group, and he also, every day when they met, they would explain the causes of the death of one of the cases in the group, diabetes. So it became an education program within the grieving program. At this moment, there are 20 families, and starting this year, they open it for any kind of grieving. Okay, it doesn't have to be the death of a child. It's just a grieving group, which is an amazing way of explaining your emotions. But the most important thing, and if you can see on the right, we have men. It's very difficult in Mexico for men to come to this kind of groups. Almost, it's non-existent. You know, the man is a strong one. And they died of a heart attack right away. So this is what is changing. Into the domestic violence groups that also come within these groups, men are coming. 30% of the people who come to the groups are now men. It was 0 10 years ago. So that's part of the education program of the programs themselves. It's not the goal to bring men. It has become a side effect of the group, which is probably the most important one. The community center. This area is the cathedral. The cathedral has allowed us to use their rooms as a community center. We tell them, well, you know what, you're in the downtown area, a lot of people come here, why don't you let us use it? For me as a Catholic, it has been a lot of pressure to work with the old priests. It was an old way of working, getting the money and doing the programs themselves. Oh, sorry. At this moment, we get the money for the programs they used to run. And at some point they see that we're taking away the money. We say, no, we charge 5% for work and you get 95% at the end of the day. So the Nogales Cathedral at this moment, the sewing classes are there. We have been running this program for 9 years. Women enroll in the program every August. Yes, please. For me, those two pictures represent why I'm here in India today. These women sent me their pictures as the ADD group of what they did on Friday. I wasn't there on Friday. These women didn't know how to take a needle and thread in January. By mid-May, this is what they have been able to do. The woman on the left, she's very, very short. She's from Chiapas. Chiapas in southern Mexico. People in southern Mexico are much shorter than in northern Mexico. So they come to the border. They decide they will not try to go to the States, and they cannot find any clothes that fit them. So most of the time they buy their clothes from used places, like the Goodwill and things like that on the Mexican side. They will pay, let's say, $1 for their blouse, but they also will pay $1 to have it fixed. So they decided they wanted to take the sewing classes, do their own clothing. The woman on the right shoulder says she's wider than taller. She's a funny woman that says, I have never been able to button down my blouse, because if I button down, then the arms are over the corner. She doesn't fit in any of the clothes she was able to afford. So these two blouses, they made them for Mother's Day for themselves. It's a gift for themselves. And the skirts, how much do you think she spent on her skirt, the one with the pink blouse? In fabric and labor. 7 pesos. 7 pesos is like 30 cents or 20 cents. Because they buy from the new stuff. For the first time in their life, they're using new clothes. They buy it from the fabric shops, the ones that are like the leftovers pieces. And she's so tiny that she can make herself a skirt with 7 pesos. Now she fixes clothes from home. She's selling a lot of clothes. She's earning an income. And the most interesting thing about them, and I've become very humble listening to them. I've learned so much from these groups. One of them said, the best part here is that I can take the class, go home, turn off the beans, and come back into the class. That's why you need the classes to come into the community, instead of having, the technical schools by local government that open from 9 to 5. Well, you're busy, you have to take it on Saturdays. No, Saturdays are closed. So the groups are empty by the week. Why? Because you don't listen to the needs of the community. A group of women sharing more than sewing classes. This is Mother's Day. We're speaking here about community organizing for Mother's Day. Mother's Day in Mexico is as huge as Virgin of Guadalupe and Christmas Day. Mother's Day is the day in Mexico. So I don't know, because I wasn't there, how they organize themselves to buy what they ate that day. They didn't ask anyone to send them stuff. They didn't ask us to grant money for their party of Diez de Mayo, Mother's Day. They decided themselves who was going to bring what. I don't know if they pitched money to buy the stuff. They wanted to have a celebration, but they also had the class. They finished their sewing first, and then came the celebration, which is very unusual in Mexico. In Mexico, usually, Mother's Day, no work. Everyone is partying, not that. Technical assistance. I love the face of Odilia. Odilia is a short woman. After learning to sew, they share health and education issues. Many years ago, one of these groups, we asked them, how many of you have ever had a pap smear? None. Why? Because their husbands wouldn't let them. So we brought the Papa Nicolau organization to talk to them. They invited the husbands. The organization told the husbands that it was going to be a nurse that was going to perform the test. That was 10 years ago. At this moment, you ask the group, how many of you have had your pap smear? All of them. It has changed. In 10 years, the community of men has changed because of these groups, because of the support of this group. This is not a health group to have a pap smear. But after you talk for 3 hours a week, you talk about intimate things, about domestic violence, etc. This is, as you see, the church, which let us use the room as a community center. Next, please. Women's Jail Baker. This is a project where I cannot put the pictures because of security reasons. Many programs are run into the women's jail, again, the sign behind the desk. We asked the director of the women's jail. She just happened to be my high school teacher. That's why I was able to get into her office. and asked her, please ask the women what they want. They wanted to learn how to bake bread, to bake goods, etc. Why? Because in Mexican jails you have to pay for everything. So it will be a sustainable program. They will bake and the inmates will buy the baked goods. So that's what they did, and they're also learning skills for life, because when you leave jail, you're going to have a record. 5 years have to pass by in order for you to have a job. So how are you going to keep being the breadwinner if you cannot have a job because you have a record? So you will end up back in jail. So you have to learn something in the meantime that you are in jail. 85% of the inmates in this jail in our community are women. And 90% of the inmates make a different life after jail versus 90% of men. Most of the men will commit a crime. We were talking about last night in our dinner. While women, when you talk to them, say, you know what, I just want this to be over and never come back. But I need to know to learn how to earn an income afterwards. I love this picture because this old coffee pot, it's how the Alzheimer's group started. This family, the grandmother developed a strong case of Alzheimer's at 60. Her daughter gets killed by the husband, and she goes down the way really in a couple of months. Something that should have taken years, just in a couple of months she was lost into the Alzheimer's disease. So she went into the government agency in Mexico called WEF, which is the family agency. And they told them, well, go to FESAC. FESAC is our community foundation. And we said, well, what do you need? We cannot have a big building with, what do you need? And she said, the family said, we need how to learn to take care of them. And those of you who were in the presentation yesterday about taking care of the elderly, that's a global issue. It's not only a few families in the world. We are going to live longer. Hopefully all of us are going to be healthy, but many of us are not going to be healthy. And someone is going to have to take care of your legal issues, your health issues, your potty training issues, etc. The community around the world has to learn how to take care of the elderly with the Alzheimer's disease. It's right around the corner. So this group of families started gathering. At the beginning, there was only one family. Then in the next meeting, 11. At this moment, twice a year, 150 families, nursing students, medical students, and the community itself come to the training. We bring people from other parts of the country to train the families. Yesterday, the presentation was great because they were telling us how to take care of the caregiver, so the caregiver can take care of the patient. 99% of the families in our community does not have the funding to have 3 shifts at home taking care of the Alzheimer's patient. It has to be the family who has to learn how to take care of them. This is how it all started. This is their house. This is how we gathered the first time. Those are the first members of the community. The one on the right, she arrived with a clip of the newspaper. I read about this group. Can I join it? Her husband just passed away, and she's now training wives on how to handle the boy who used to be your husband. This is the Alzheimer's organization in the United States that provides us with information in Spanish for the groups. This is the university where we held the meetings, so we don't have to pay for room and coffee break, etc. And those are all the families and the young people from the community who want to be trained. And we are very focused into creating jobs. So we tell the young people coming to the training, the people who are in nursing school, you know what, there's going to be a lot of work for you here. Those of you who decide to treat children, perfectly fine. But those of you who are looking for a job right away after graduation, there is a lot of need in the community for people trained to take care of the Alzheimer's patients. This is one of our other favorite groups. I'm not supposed to have favorites, but this is one of my favorite groups. The Down syndrome organization is again a group of parents with Down syndrome children, poor Down syndrome families. So they are able to do a lot of things when they go to school. Down syndrome children were kept away in our country for many years. You wouldn't say, I have a Down syndrome sister or brother. It was like a family secret. They will send them away to some village or somewhere. So people say, oh, we now have many more Down syndrome children. Now, we now see them. The families embrace them, and so does the community. So In this case, yes, someone else took the decision. It was the mothers who said, you know what, they love to cook. So what we did was to enroll the culinary school. Remember, they have to do the 480 hours of social service. They have to do it. They cannot escape from it. So what do we tell? Who of you are willing to work with special needs children? Not everyone has the gift. And it's not like it's mandatory to work with them. There are many other places where you can work. They loved it. This is the first class when they were teaching them. The little girl on the right is now 15, and when they move into the, this is at their organization, but when they go into the culinary school, they have to wear the uniform. And the little girl said that, I don't like your uniform. So one of the students told her, then you can't come. And she said, okay. So she now goes into the culinary school, wears all the white uniform. This is the real world. If she gets burned or something, it will be a huge issue for the school. So that's the real world. You have to use it, and she came to terms with it, and she said, okay, I don't like your uniform, but I'm gonna wear it. It's an amazing group. Aldo, the one on the right, he's 20 now. He has his own ID, his own debit card. He works with his parents at a small store, and he goes to Applebee's. Every time he goes to the restaurant, he asks the manager, can I do my own milkshake? Oh, you can imagine the public, the consumers love to watch him do milkshakes. Starbucks just opened in our community, and they have just hired 2 of the deaf grown-up children from the deaf organization. Now we as consumers should learn how to ask for coffee for them. They are learning to talk to us, but we now should also learn. So this is what a grassroots community looks like. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the wonderful session. From the audience, if anybody wants to ask a question to ma'am regarding the session.
Any questions? Well done. Well, thank you for your time. Sure. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please. Have my parts in English ready, so I give you.
आप है ना मैं आती हूँ
हाँ कहाँ जी
आपको सिस्टम चेंज कर दिया क्या? ये लगा दिया?
हाँ मैं जो लेवल ही नहीं यार
आउटपुट मिला हुआ है?
हाँ एक क्लास
ये स्पीकर आउटपुट
पढ़ते ही नहीं मेरे से फुल है अच्छा वो जो आगे चेक कराता है ना मुंह के बदले हेलो 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 लेवल और इन लोग जो बोलता है
माइक चेक 1 2 3 4 में टेस्टिंग
मतलब वो सोनी वाला कहानी लेते रिपेयरिंग के लिए तो रिपेयरिंग कर देता है माइक पूरा यहीं लेके हेलो हेलो हेलो
चेक कर देगा
वो देख मैंने बोला सोनी तेरा स्टाइल अच्छा है वो तो क्या मैंने बोला बोल के किसी को भी तुम माइक लगाओगे यहीं लगाएगा क्या यहाँ लगाएगा ना यहाँ रख के चेक करा बहन खाएगा मेरा नौक
जोर से बोले हेलो बोलते देखो सर साउंड का फोन सुनो सर म्यूजिक को बोलो मैंने कहा भैया माइक कहाँ लगता है मैं भी पैसा दूंगा उसी
देख कई स्टूडियो में भी ऐसी वो चुटिया बना के जाता है वहाँ सारा ठीक है ये देखो हेलो 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 जो दिमाग वाला आदमी है जो टेक्निकल समझता है वो पकड़ में रहता है जो किसी का तुम इंटरव्यू लेगा यहीं लगाएगा यहाँ लगाएगा ना यहाँ अच्छी तरह से बात कर आप दिखा दो लेवल
कितने बजे देगा 6 बजे तक 5 बजे मेरा कार्ड ही हुआ समय जी को क्रेडिट कार्ड मेरा कार्ड को लॉक
रीडर मेरा भी ले गया कोई
कौन ले गया
उनको दिया कॉपी करने की रीडर
कल से वापस आ गया तुमने कार्ड
वापस ही ना करना वही है आपको पता है वो तो
तो फिर इसको बोलो काट दे, मेरा काट दे, बस बात तो नहीं है। तेरे पास नहीं है, मेरे पास नहीं।
कल आपको सामने दिया था।
दिन भर तो रात भर तो काट वो करवा रहे थे।
खबर मल्टी भी जाए, ये तो हम मल्टी भी जाए।
फोन स्विच ऑफ कर वहाँ
ये मेरे को याद ही नहीं, जब मल्टी मैच करना था याद ही नहीं, हम तो चढ़ गए बस में।
अब याद दिलाना चाहिए।
कहाँ तक पहुँच गए?
कुछ पहुँच गया। कोई नहीं यार, ऐसी हाई पास मैनेज करके हो जाएगा। एक दिन हम, एक दिन भाई।
आज आप ही हुआ?
ये आ जाएंगे यार, कब थे नहीं।
मैं कल तो बहन जो खत्म होने की नाम ही नहीं लेगा। फिर वही
क्या है, हमने मल्टी काम पहले पकड़ा है, आपने पता नहीं था। क्लाइंट से पहले पूछ लो भाई टाइम कितने बजे से कितने तक है।
क्लाइंट को तुम सीधा बोल दो, भाई साहब इतना देर तो नहीं होगा, ज्यादा से ज्यादा 9 है तो जो भी मेन प्रोग्राम है और 9 के अंदर ही अंदर ये करो। ये तुम्हारा बहन जो 12 बजे ये सेल्फी चल रहा है, खाना खाना है, खाना के साथ ही डांस चल रहा है, मौज उन लोग ले रहा है, गान मेरे मारे जा रहे हैं। और
डेली है भाई
वो अफगान वाला, कौन अफगानी वाला,
अच्छा
सऊदी अरब वाला,
मैंने कार्ड में देखा था कुछ।
हाँ सऊदी अरब वाला। बोल रहा है शोल्डर में ले मैं बहन पे ये धड़ाक धड़ाक शोल्डर में और नहीं हो रहा। हाँ
मैं तो जवानों में तो आदमी लोग का बैठे काम
मेरे वाले 4 बजे स्टार्ट हो गया।
4 कहाँ 4:45 हो रहा
3:50 हो
ये
पता ही डीवीडी क्या 1 2 लिखा हुआ क्या है?
संगीत के चमचे थोड़ा दिया सब बैठने
क्या है पीसी क्या है?
इनमें छिड़का ही बंद हो जाएगा।
और
ये इसकी टाइप का तुम गार्डनिंग
नहीं तो ये बढ़ाने का क्या कलर वाला तो क्या
वो सब नहीं है, तुम मत कुछ कर, तो अपना क्या मतलब
चेक करेंगे ना भाई
चेक कर भाई,
क्या हो रहा है
सिस्टम डालो कुछ छा जाएगा।
कुछ क्या होगा प्रीत होगा या उसका
हाँ इन्हीं का ही होगा ना,
इसी का था यार।
एक्टिविटी ये वाला प्रोजेक्ट
स्पेक नहीं मारा था तो
हैं
स्पेक नहीं मारा।
हाँ हल्का सा लगा।
अबे पटियाला लेना
पटियाला में वो 4 बजे उठना था ना यार।
अच्छा
जिस दिन भाई साहब काम नहीं होता ना, जिस दिन मतलब लेट छुट्टी में लेट नाइट तो होता ही है और रखा रहता है जैसा कल उठना नहीं है मतलब देर रात तक। तो भाई साहब पाटियाला लगा के अपना बहन जो फोन मतलब फेंक के नांगा से सो जाओ अकेला तो रूम में 22 तारीख को ही है यार।
कोरोना का दिक्कत है काम तो गर्मी के टाइम में जो मुझे सब बॉस कौन दी है
बॉस काम की चीज है क्या काम की
आया नहीं कोई
बोल रहा हूँ कार्ड ढूंढ रहा हूँ कार्ड ढूंढ रहा हूँ कार्ड अब कैप्चर नहीं हुआ मेरे दोनों कार्ड उतरी गए
किधर गए
कैप्चर करने
वही लगा रहा है
ये तू नहीं फिक्स कर
हेलो
ऐसा
हेलो
मीडिया में तो यही रहेगा ना
हाँ कुछ पता नहीं क्या
कुछ ना
कहाँ जाना है क्या करना है
नहीं ये नहीं जाते मीडिया रूम में
पृथ्वी है
एक मिनट
आगे नहीं जाते
रुक
क्या
भैया ये स्टॉप नहीं किया था अभी तो किया मैंने
हाँ
नहीं आपको
मैंने किया नहीं
हेलो ये कौन करता है
मैंने तो किया अभी स्टॉप क्या बोलूँगा इसका ब्राइटनेस कम हो सकता है? ब्राइटनेस
किसका?
प्रोजेक्टर का क्यों? ये सिस्टम है नहीं?
फिक्स है।
सिस्टम तो होगा।
छेड़छाड़ी करना था अब यही काम है ना वो
सिस्टम है नहीं, तूने बोल दिया है। प्रोजेक्टर में सिस्टम है नहीं।
हेलो हाँ
अरे यार अभी तक सुबह नहीं आई है, क्या भी नहीं गई तो
हाँ आ रहा हूँ, आ रहा हूँ, लेके आ रहा हूँ।
वो भी ठीक ही था मतलब, वो भी ठीक ही था।
मुझे केवल मोबाइल में नहीं कम पड़ेगी तो चेक करो तो।
पर फोटोग्राफ स्पीकर ही हेलो अरे तो यार मैंने क्या कहा, अब नहीं परेशान होना इस चीज़ के लिए। नहीं है क्वालिफिकेशन नहीं है, मुझे आराम से तुम देख नहीं है, एक ही सीट नहीं है, खत्म हो गया। अगर वो और 10 मिनट नहीं आती क्लोज द सेशन।
No, the session is not there, ma'am. Yeah. સામેવાળી છોકરી જોવે છે એની સામે એ લોકોના ટીમની છે.
ગુજરાતી છો?
क्या सर?
ગુજરાતી છો?
नहीं नहीं आप नाम कहाँ के गुजरात के? प्रॉपर अहमदाबाद के? मैं भी गया 2-4 बार गुजरात, कच्छ, भुज, आपका वहाँ पे ये है ना एग्रीकल्चर का डिपार्टमेंट, और मैं तो उधर अहमदाबाद से दीव,
તો મેમ ક્યારે જવાનું છે?
अभी सेशन नहीं होगा,
कैंसिल है?
खत्म। हाँ
कोई बात नहीं, थोड़ा सा आराम तो कर ले, ऊपर जाएंगे तो फिर रात को 11 बजे तक बिजी हो जाएंगे।
સમજો ને મેડમ. કેમ ખબર છે? અમે હિન્દી
મને ખબર છે તમે એવું બોલતા ગયા છો ને એટલે જ હું તમને પૂછતી હતી તમે બધી વસ્તુ મારા રોંગ સેન્સમાં જ લો
ના મેમ એવું નથી. સમજો વસ્તુને. ના અમે એમને ફરવાના હતા ગયા ને.
અરે મને ખબર છે.
અને શું લાગ્યું મીનાક્ષી ભટ્ટ એમને મળે છે? એને અમે લોકો આખી ઓર્ડર માહિતી બીજી વાર રિસેપ્શનમાં ગયા એટલે પગ દુખાડીને મારી તો એ મળી નહીં વગર મફત. અને પછી પાછા આવ્યા પછી પાછા ઉપર ગયા પછી પાછી કી સબમિટ કરે પછી એને ઇન્ફોર્મ કરવાની કે ભાઈ અમે તને નથી આપી અમે છે ને અહીંયા આપી છે. કોઈ અડધા આમ કે ખબર નહીં શું કે
મેં આના માટે અહીંયા કઈ મેનેજમેન્ટ નથી બબીતા મેમને બી ખબર નથી કે આનું શું કરવાનું છે. અને પેલા રૂપા કે કયા નામ છે એ આયા ને એમણે કીધું થયું પેલા સાડીમાં બરાબર ને તમે
પણ બધું હેન્ડિંગ એ લોકો પર હતું કારણ કે કર્ણાટકાનો હતો ને મેમ જો એક વસ્તુ છે તમે બહુ ટેન્શન કરેલું વસ્તુ છે જ્યારે ગુમ છે ને તો એ આપણાથી નથી ચાલતો. હા પ્લીઝ એવું ટેન્શન નહીં કરવાનું. સેશન ટાઈમિંગ થઈ ગયો હા મરી ગયા. હા એ આવ્યો બેઠો એની રિસ્પોન્સિબિલિટી કર્ણાટક મેડમ એનો સેશન 2:45 સ્ટાર્ટ થયો હતો 3:35 થયા હતા 1 કલાક થયો હતો એ હલતી નથી ડિસ્કશનમાં સપોઝ વધારે ટાઈમ લગાડે
આને નહીં આ મહિને
મેમ એ તો યાર તમે વસ્તુને સમજો યાર તમે બહાર જાઓ અમે લોકોએ 10 આટલા બધા બેગ ભર્યા અને તો બી ઇમરજન્સીમાં શું કહે છે કે તરત બેગ ઉપાડીને આટલો સામાન ઉપાડીને નીચે આવો કોઈ બી મગજ છે બરાબર
રીતના સામાન નીચે તમે લઈ
તો શું
આટલો બધો કરી લે 2 વારમાં જઈ ગયા
ના એક જ વાર અને પછી એવું કર્યું કે બધો સામાન નતો ઉપડ્યો ને એટલે પછી એવું કર્યું કે બોલાવી લીધો માણસ જોડે આય લિફ્ટમાંથી નીચે સુધી લાવવા એ આયો તો શું થઈ ગયું યાર
હું એ તો કહું છું તમે ગુસ્સે કેમ થાવ છો આયો તો ખરો
એક જાતનું મને
તમે આ મહિને આ કેમેરા
શું થઈ ગયું મેમ યાર
એ આપણું કામ કરતા છે
અરે આપણું કામ નથી કરતા એ WEF નું કામ કરે છે બધું આપણા માટે નહીં થતું
આપણને જે ડ્યુટી એલોકેટ કરી છે ને એ ત્યાં આવવા જવાની
એ થશે
ઈ કરે છે
ક્યારે કર્યું એમને
આજે આખો દિવસ
સંકોડો
એ તમે એક જ વાર ગયા છો
તમે બી એકવાર ગયા છો તમે બી ગયા છો ને જેટલા સેશન થયા તમે નહીં ગયા એકવાર કે નહીં ગયા છો
એક વાર ગઈ છું
બરાબર હું બી ગઈ છું બરાબર બધા 2 સેશન થયા છે આપણે જ કાર્ડને આગળ પાછળ કર્યા છે મેમ તમે બહુ એ કરો છો યાર તમે આટલું બધું વિચારશો પૂનમ મેડમ આવું જ કહેતા હતા મેમ પછી મેં કીધું કે આમ એ બધાનું પોતપોતાનું હોય મેં કીધું કઈ વાંધો નહીં હવે એમાં શું છે આટલું બધું શું વિચારવાનું જિગ્નેશ સર તમે શું કીધું કે નહીં આવ્યો યાર તો શું થઈ ગયું અને આવ્યો તો શું થઈ ગયું
બસ મને ખબર પડી ગઈ મેમ પછી છે બધાની સામે કાલે મને જ કીધું હતું પોઈન્ટ ઓફ અને આજે બી મને જ વોટ પડી છે વાત તમે મારી સાથે કરી હતી ને
કારણ કે આપણે વધારે પડતા છે ને
ત્યાં બી વોટ મને પડી છે ને પ્રાણિક સેશનની એટલે હું વધારે કોન્શિયસ થતી છું ના સામેથી નહીં હું સામેથી એટલા માટે કરતી હતી કારણ કે મને વોટ પડી છે
કોઈ ફેરવી પડતી એવું બોલે સમજતા જ નથી
કોન્શિયસ થતી છું એનું રીઝન છે કે હું ફસાતી છું વચ્ચે એ મને કે છે પણ મને કે
તમને નહીં રૂમ નંબર 11 ને કે
પણ એની વાત તો મેં આપકે રૂમ में મારી સાથે કહેતી હતી
કોઈ ફરક નહીં પડતો બંનેને કીધું તું તમને મને બંને હવે છે ને મેમ એટલું બધું વિચારો છો કેમ કોઈ મામા પ્લીઝ
મને કંઈક એનાથી પ્રોબ્લેમ થતો એટલા માટે હું કોન્શિયસલી સિન્સિયરલી કરતી હું બાકી કોઈ રીઝન નથી મને કોઈ ઇન્ટરેસ્ટ નથી ચાર લોકોની વચ્ચે કહી દે એ આજે બી મને અનુભવ થયો ને કાલે બી થયો
મને કાલ નતું કીધું ફિલિંગ વચ્ચે ફિલિંગ સામે કીધું તું ખબર છે ને કેવી રીતે ભૂલી ગઈ આ બીને યહાં ક્यों लेकर के आए हो ऊपर જઈને મૂક્યા હો તો હું એને આવી રીતે લગાડીને આવી રીતે એક કરવા માંડી
એ તો મેં તમને બહુ કીધું તો મને બી ના ગમ્યું તો મેં આ કીધું તું કર
તમને કોઈ કે મને ગમે
હું ક્યાં કહું છું કે તમને ગમે કે ના ગમે હું છું ખાલી રીઝન કહું છું મારા સિન્સિયર થવા બાબતે કે આ મને વસ્તુ રિપીટ નથી કરવી એટલે હું કરતી છું
હા હા બેટા છોડ દે
કોણ
નીચે બોલ ને મગજ પર નહીં ટેન્શન કરે નહીં કરવાનું કામ સમજ્યા બડા ફ્રી રહો યાર સાઈડ તો કમ્પ્લીટ કરો સુકાઈ જશે
નથી કરી
અને ચા અરે ના ભાવતી હોય તો કૂકીઝ લઈ આવજો સાથે કૂકીઝ તો ભાવે છે ને
એમ તો જોબ કરશે
આ બ્રાઉન બ્રેડ છે ઘઉંની બ્રેડ આ તો ખાસ છે
કુકીઝ નો